bless you. Before we get started, how many people haven't been to one of these meetings before? Don't be proud. Raise your hand. Okay. All right. I ask you that because I don't know how much explaining I should do. So I'm going to do a minimum of explaining. Most of these guys know how it works and how I work, so I'm not going to go over it in any great length. All righty. Would you be so kind as to rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for coming out on a cold night. We'll see what is in store for us weather-wise tomorrow. Welcome to the annual meeting of the Brookline, New Hampshire School District. As I'm sure you know, but I'll say it anyhow, that district is responsible for the Richard Mahakian Memorial School, pre-K through third grade, and the Captain Samuel Douglas Academy, this building, fourth grade to sixth grade. My name is Peter Webb, and I will be your moderator this evening. I would like to ask the players, members of the school board, I guess we have no finance committee people, and SAU employees to be so kind, one at a time. We'll start here and go to the end, and then we'll go on you guys. I would like you to introduce yourself and tell the people not only your name, but your role in this process. And I can see you're thrilled about this.
Hi, my name is Dulce Lara, and I'm the new school clerk.
Our clerk. Yes, Colleen.
Hi, I'm Colleen Mikovich, and I'm the chair of the Brookline School Board.
Tracy Perry, vice chair of the school board.
I'm Johanna Shriver-Halligan. I'm a member of the school board.
Allison Mannion, secretary of the school board and on the budget committee.
Good evening, Jim O'Shaughnessy, attorney for the district.
Thank you. Principals, SAU folks, would you be so kind as to let the people see your smiling faces? Thank you for letting me do that. Appreciate it. Appreciate your time and your hard work. So, simple process, as you guys know, the school district has prepared a warrant which consists of a handful of what we call articles. They're numbered. I assume you all have a copy of them from the supervisor's desk. We'll go through them one at a time. These are what the school says they want you to approve in order for them to continue doing business. There is also an additional warrant article which is from the petition of 25 or more voters that under law is included on that warrant as well for you to address today. And I think I might have said approve or disapprove already. And that's wrong, and I do that. This is an SB2 meeting. You guys are not going to approve or disapprove. What you're going to do is you're going to fashion what goes on the ballot on Election Day, which is March 11th. So the petitioners have done one article, and the school board has done, I think, 8 articles. You folks will, I'll read them out loud. Someone will make a motion under them. Then we'll, if they're seconded, proceed to talk about them. And basically, when the conversation is ended, we're done, you don't vote on them, we just say, okay, on to the next article. And the form of the motion, when you're done talking about it, is what gets on the ballot, what people will vote on March 11. I hope that's clear. I think most of you have seen this before. You know what's going on. New people, if you got a question, just come up to the mic. We'll work you through it. We kind of follow rudimentary parliamentary procedure stuff, but it's totally unnecessary. Just come up to the mic, tell me what you want to do. We'll get you through it. Don't get intimidated by that baloney because it doesn't govern this meeting. Everybody knows that our discussions are going to be civilized and respectful. You can ask questions about the motion, you can amend the motion, you can explain the motion. That will be the job today, and we'll hammer it out, and then eventually we'll have it in a form where it will go on the ballot. I wanted to say, as I already said, that elections are March 11, Tuesday, March 11, all day, 7 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. There was a notice that went out, because of my fault, that said 6:30. Our polls are always open at 7 in the morning. This is Tuesday, March 11. That's for the town's warrant. Excuse me. That's for town officials, school officials, and the school's warrant that you're going to fashion tonight. Those are voted on March 11 by ballot. At town meeting, that process is on the floor, vocally, to the extent that a secret ballot is requested. We do a paper ballot, but it's in the confines of the meeting. Town meeting is the day after Election Day, March 12. It starts at 7. It'll be here. They've scheduled a second day, assuming that it will spill over beyond that first night. So that's March 13, a Thursday, starting again at 7. Then they've selected Friday and Saturday of that same week, snow days, if necessary. February 25, the Hollis Brookline Rotary Club tries to put together a candidates forum. It's live streamed from Town Hall and Zoomed from Town Hall, and we ask candidates questions, so when you see that name on your ballot in the voting booth, you have some idea who you're voting for or not. So February 25, I've contacted all of the town candidates. I haven't contacted all the school candidates, and I'd be grateful if the school would give me a list of the school candidates with their email addresses so I can tell them they're welcome to the February 25 Candidates Forum. Candidates Forum, I allow the people 2 or 3 minutes to introduce themselves, open up the discussion. I ask them some questions back and forth, and then they have 2 or 3 minutes to close. It's just a way that you guys can see who these people are, and they get a chance of exposing their ideas to you so you know what's going on. I think I've covered everything. So we can proceed. So if you will take a look at your warrant, your school district warrant, we start at Article 1, and that is stuff that happens on Election Day, so we don't act on it today. It's done by ballot on March 11. So we'll begin instead with Article 2. So I'll read it, and then someone can make a motion under that, and if it's seconded, we'll get into discussion, and we'll wind up fashioning what will go on the ballot. Article 2, follow with me if you would, to see if this school district will vote to authorize the school board to enter into a 20-year lease purchase agreement for $1,131,750 to finance the acquisition and installation of energy conservation equipment, CSDA boilers and LED lighting, and controls at both schools, and related building improvements at Captain Samuel Douglas Academy, and Richard Mahakian Memorial School. These are why you have glasses. You put them on your face, and it makes it easier. And to raise and appropriate the sum of $90,565 for payments due under the lease purchase agreement during the 2025-2026 fiscal year. The annual lease payments over the 20-year term, annual lease payments are estimated to be $90,565 per year. This lease purchase agreement will contain an escape non-appropriation clause, which I'm sure someone will explain to us. A majority vote is required, a simple majority, meaning more than 50%. Estimated tax impact is 8 cents per $1,000 of value of your property, assessed value of your property. The school board recommends the appropriation 310. The finance committee recommends this appropriation 200. Do we have a motion under Article 2?
I'll make the motion.
She's making the motion. That's Tracy, and I think she said as written.
As written, yes.
Yes, I knew it. So the motion is just as the language is there in Article 2. That is the motion. Does somebody want to second that? It's been seconded. Therefore, it is open and on the floor, guys, for you to ask and explain. Yes, and Gina will begin with the explanation. Thank you.
Good evening. Captain Samuel Douglas Academy was built 25 years ago. While it is the newest building in the SAU, we cannot ignore routine maintenance and replacement of the mechanical, electrical, and structural components. CSDA has 2 boilers with oil-fueled burners. The main components of these boilers are the boiler body, the oil-fired burner, and the delivery system, including an underground storage tank located outside. Preventative maintenance has been completed annually to the boilers, but they have reached end of life. In November 2019, a crack in the boiler was repaired and the seals were replaced for both boilers. That was a temporary fix, and we need to move forward with a full replacement, or we risk facing a breakage mid-year and an inability to find replacement parts or to fund an urgent repair. By switching to a propane system, we will gain efficiency and experience cost savings. Oil underground storage tanks and associated piping currently, they now have higher standards than they did before, which create additional concerns for our current existing systems. Switching to propane will allow us to benefit from a greater purchasing power as we can combine our efforts with our high school, potentially our middle school, the Hollis School District, the town of Hollis, and the town of Brookline. This article also includes upgraded controls for the HVAC systems at both RMMS and CSDA. Our existing controls are antiquated, have limited functionality, and are actually quite difficult to find a vendor who can navigate an antiquated DOS system. Upgraded controls will allow us to improve climate control, reduce isolated issues, and allow for remote monitoring. Finally, this article includes upgrading our existing lighting in both RMMS and CSDA to the industry standard, which is LED lighting. Not only is this a superior lighting solution to optimize the educational experience for all students, it also provides significant energy savings year after year. The intent behind combining these items was to create a cost-neutral warrant article. Installing LED lighting in FY26 allows the district to benefit from a rebate estimated to be $70,000. This rebate is likely to go away in the near future, increasing the urgency of the article. In addition, the expected annual savings is estimated to be $31,000 year after year. The total cost of the project is $1,131,750. The first year payment for a 20-year lease would be $90,565. The annual energy savings would total $48,000, and the FY26 potential rebates total $42,565. The net impact to the budget is actually $0.
Thank you very much. Questions? Just approach your mic, ask your questions, and we'll do it.
Yeah, Eric Power with...
And the gentleman knows, as I didn't say, you're supposed to say your name and address. Thank you.
I have a concern about using this lease with escape clause for things that you install. This is a very expensive way to finance any kind of project because you're paying for the flexibility of an escape clause that you really can't exercise. And in the budget hearing at the co-op on Monday, they actually saw the wisdom of that, and they changed 2 proposed leases to 2 bonds, saving on the first one $1.4 million in interest by going from a lease to a bond, and on the second one it was about $500,000 in interest savings. So I think going for a lease, I'm not debating whether we need to do this, but going for a lease with an escape clause is a premium, expensive mechanism for the financing of this project. And
Would you address an escape clause for the uneducated like me?
so a lease agreement with an escape clause means each year you can decide whether you want to escape or not. So you could say the legislative body, which is us, could say we don't want to do this anymore, and you return the equipment, presumably. But the reason it doesn't make sense is how do you return the boiler? You're going to have to replace it with something else, and what do you do with the LED lighting? You've already taken out the other lights, so it's really not a practical thing. It's only in there just so that you could actually propose it and pass it with a simple majority. And it's actually a very bad mechanism, and it's a very expensive mechanism. And I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Go right ahead.
Can somebody move it back to the language?
I can't. Is someone able to show the original language of the motion, the article? Excuse me. Oh, it's there. Okay. Is that what you want?
Yes, it is.
Okey doke.
I'd like to amend the article to say for a 20-year lease purchase agreement for $0 to finance the acquisition and installation of the energy conservation equipment, and also change the $90,565 to 0 in 2 places below. And that's my motion.
Thank you. It's clear. I don't need it in writing. Usually I'm going to need it in writing, you guys, but that's clear. Does the gentleman's motion have a second? Would anyone like to address the gentleman's motion to amend as he has suggested it be
Can I
amended?
briefly speak to that motion, since it's been seconded?
I think you did, so yes, but I'm going to let the gentleman behind you go.
So, a question, and this may be more for the administration. Hi, Kelly. At the co-op, where we're discussing one of the reasons for the reason for moving from a lease to a bond was the interest rates were better for bonds right now. Why would this continue to be a lease then?
Okay, you're going to have to speak in the mic, please.
Okay, so the
how are you?
you can address this.
Okay, just say. If you have something to offer, I'd be very grateful. You're not a Brookline resident, are you? She said you can talk. He's not a Brookline resident either, but with your permission, Andrew Corey can speak to it, if that's all right. Everybody, all those in favor of letting the gentleman speak to you? Thank you. All those opposed? Thank you. Go right ahead.
When we went out to look at the projects that we're doing, at that point, leases and bonds were approximately the same rates. As a result of being an SB2 town, our calendar is much quicker because tonight's deliberative session. Being an annual meeting town, the cooperative board has more time. So they were actually able to change theirs and schedule a bond hearing next week. Now, a couple things in comparing leases and bonds. Bonds will give you an artificial decrease in the first year because you're only paying 6 months of interest. The lease is going to be one consistent payment over the 20 years. The bond has a larger upfront cost than the lease, and the bond cannot be refinanced if rates were to go down. And lastly, ultimately, the rates have to be brought to the school board, and the school board has to approve of the rates. If they don't approve of the rates, then the project doesn't go forward.
And my second question was part of the amended proposal was to change the dollar amounts to zeros for it. Isn't this authorizing the expenditures. If we change those amounts to zero, would that be preventing us from taking out the lease, or is that a valid thing to do?
If you change them to zero, there's no funding appropriated for the first year's payment, so obviously the board can't enter into that agreement.
Okay, but it would authorize the school to do it into future years, but not this year? Is that the implication?
I would say it would be, the vote on the ballot would decide, and I would say if it lost on the ballot, that is basically telling the school board, no, we're not doing that for this year, and they'd have to bring it back in whatever shape or format next year.
All right, so it's effectively defeating this, is that
That is
correct?
correct.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive. Although the justification for this amendment, as well as nullifying the article essentially, is that a bond would be better, note that the amendment does not authorize a bond. And the one element that if it did, would be that a bond would also require a higher margin for passage. So I think, effectively, you might as well wipe Article 2 off the slate, although we can't do that tonight.
Does a bond require a preliminary hearing?
You would have to have a bond hearing.
And we couldn't have it.
Right.
Right.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring those 2 points up.
Yes, okay, one other funny thing about SB2 that I always struggle with, so it's your struggle too, is you're not allowed to eliminate the subject matter. Is zeroing out this, and multiple cases have gone to the Supreme Court as they tried to struggle whether a town, in the context of a meeting like this, eliminated the subject matter or just modified it, and where is that line?
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, sir.
there's a statute directly on point. Reducing the dollar amount to zero is legal. It does not constitute eliminating the subject matter.
Thank you very much. Go right ahead, sir.
All right, Greg Darbone from 65 Cleveland Hill Road. Understanding what a escape clause is, and you can't just escape from having your furnace or whatever and the lights taken off, but how much is the cost for the escape clause? Because it was mentioned that was an added burden, but how much is that burden? And realizing that bonds and leases, one is faster than the other, understand. So how much is that escape clause?
Go ahead, Eric. Eric thinks he knows the answer.
I mean, I can answer that question. We review a lot of these lease purchase agreements. I've answered this question before in other contexts. Typically, the escape clause means you have to return all of the equipment at the district's expense to the company, and where you're replacing, necessary equipment, you'd have to then replace it. Somehow you'd have to find a way to buy boilers and replace the equipment.
Let me continue then my question. So if the boilers turn out to be duds, lemons, so to speak, is the burden on us to give it back, or is it the person that owns it, which is the manufacturer?
I mean, that's a totally different question. That's really like a warranty issue. If they turn out to be duds, they replace the boiler.
Right.
The non-appropriation issue is a different issue. If the voters vote not to appropriate money, which is the escape clause, that's what the escape clause is. It's a vote not to appropriate the next year's payment.
Yeah.
You've got to return all the equipment, theoretically back to the vendor. You may not actually be able to do that, or there may be a high cost associated with that. I don't know what that cost would be.
Yeah, neither do I, but I know it'd be a really dumb idea. Seriously. I mean, if you need the water heater to heat the building and stuff like that. So I'm hoping that whoever we purchase this from, our board has examined, the best one to get and so forth. So this need for an escape clause, I understand, but it's going to be super hard to do that escape clause. It's super hard. So if we're not paying any extra for this thing, it's really a moot point, in my opinion. So just want to make that point.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Web Scales, DuPont Gould Road. Apologies for getting technical, but before we can enact a bond, we have to have a public bond hearing. What's the sequence of events? I understand when we're in a town meeting, the town meeting occurs on a date certain. My understanding with the SB2 is that the bond would come before the voters in March. So it seems like if tonight we requested a bond, there's plenty of time to have a bond hearing between now and when we vote on it. Is that not true?
Can anybody speak to the gentleman's point?
He's checking on the dates, just to give, to use the co-op example, because it's fresh in my head, their bond hearing is February 13th for a March 4th election date. Jim can check that now and see if that's something that has the ability to happen.
I think the bigger issue at hand is that I think an amendment to turn a lease purchase agreement into a bond would be a change in subject matter and wouldn't be a valid or lawful amendment. The question of whether there's sufficient time under the Municipal Finance Act, I can look that up. I don't think that's really necessary because I don't think it's lawful to change it from a lease to a bond here.
Thank you.
All right. That all stated, I think it would be a gross mismanagement to zero out these numbers. I think it would be a disservice to the voters who have to vote in March, and so I think we should vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Eric Power again. I just wanted to mention that leases do cost more because of the escape clause. I've looked into this quite a bit. And in the case of the co-op, you're talking about an interest rate that's about 1.6% higher. And on a smaller bond, it's 1.9% higher. So you're paying for this flexibility that you really can't use. That's why I think a bond is a much better approach to this, and that we should vote this amendment so that next year we can come back for a bond and do this at a much lower cost. I estimate that you'll save about $300,000 in interest by using a bond, and that's more than 3 years' payment. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Gray, West Hill Road. I just wanted to first ask a question. The current state is that it's been zeroed out and somebody has seconded that motion, is that
That's a
correct?
good-
Or has it been restored to its
That's a
original?
good question, thank you. What you're talking about now, everybody, is whether you support the gentleman's motion to zero it out.
Okay, great. I do not support his motion. And one of the reasons I don't support his motion is if we kick this can down the road, there is no way we're saving money. We're going to end up paying higher prices. We all know tariffs are coming. If we're not getting this stuff now, we're definitely paying, what, 25, 35, 50% higher than what we've got now. This isn't optional equipment. Our schools need this. Your kids need heat, and if we end up paying some ridiculous repairs or can't come up with the funds to replace it mid-year because we didn't want to do it now, we're doing the entire community a disservice, not just our kids in this school.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Melanie LeVake, 2 McDaniels Drive. I rise to speak against this amendment. Our school board has voted on it. Our finance committee or our budget committee has voted on it. To come up this evening with a totally different solution, I think is unfair to our school board, to our citizens. I would vote this amendment down and move the question.
You can't do that.
Oh, well, end all conversation after this person.
No,
lied.
no. Tom Arnold, my predecessor for 40 years, got violent if someone got up to speak and then moved to cut off conversation. It's just bad. I love you, dear. It's bad form. I'm not doing that. You can get back in line and do it. Yes, sir.
Brady Allegan, 17 Birch Hill. I just want to remind the voting body here tonight that this budget process starts in December, if not earlier. I have personally spent many nights home alone with my daughter while these meetings were occurring. So while the idea is, not a bad one, I must say, unfortunately, the question of timing and coupled with the fact that this is an SB2 meeting means that the timing is non-existent to make this change, and this is one of the negatives of SB2 is it reduces flexibility. that the co-op board does have, thanks to, short-term changes in interest rates that have created an opportunity. It's an opportunity that we simply don't have. It would have been great if we had known this interest rates were going to be what they are today 3 months ago when all this was being developed, but we don't, and that's just the nature of SB2. So I would strongly oppose the amendment and hope we can move the question as written. So thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, that was an aspirational last. It's up to somebody to get in line to shut down the discussion, which you can do. When they say move the question, it means end discussion. But you can't get up and speak your piece and then say, shut it off. Yes, sir.
Ed Perry for Muscatanipus. I'm here to do two things. One, I want to introduce myself to the folks right here and let you know that in a second I'm going to come back with a mop. I'm going to actually save you folks some tax money by making sure somebody doesn't have a slip and fall over here because there's a whole heck of a lot of water on the floor. So when you see me come back with a mop, that is me acting as my official duty as a select person in the town and cleaning up. But I also rise today in an independent capacity to just call malarkey on this amendment, because here's what was said at the end of it. Let's look at this next year. So usually when you listen to people long enough, they'll tell you what their real intention is. And the intention is to kick this boiler out another year. I've said this before. Unless you are talking about Arizona iced teas or rotisserie chickens at Costco, there's nothing that remains the same price every year. So we either buy the boiler for this year's prices or we get next year's prices, and we don't even have to get into tariffs. It's just common sense. It's going to cost more. So that's foolish. Secondarily, here's the other problem. I know somebody personally in Brookline right now whose boiler has failed. Cold today, wasn't it? So what happens if over the course of that year, the boiler just fails? Well, for my friend in town who doesn't have a boiler right now, nobody's coming for 4 to 5 days. So we would have schools closed for 4 to 5 days on some random nonsense that got brought up into a meeting for something that does nothing. This doesn't amend an article, it negates it. And even though it's legal, it's chicanery, because at the end of the day, nobody's going to sell us a boiler for $0. I mean, come on, we're all adults here in this room, and we've got better things to do tonight. So I do move that the person behind me, once you get your point, or however you want to do it, Peter, for Pete's sake, I'll get back in line too. Let's shut this down at some point so we don't have to spend the whole evening arguing whether or not we want to pay for a more expensive boiler in a year on the off chance it doesn't fail midwinter and put us in a real crisis.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Tom Duran, Meeting House Hill Road. So I was reading this handy dandy little packet, and you talk about expansion for the school. Does this boiler include extra capacity for expansion? You're looking confused here. So there's no page numbers. Awesome. A little girl looking at some notes. And it says, requesting new boilers. We're currently beginning a discussion regarding the potential expansion of CDSA based on enrollment projections.
Good question. Thank you, sir. Yes, anybody know the answer to that?
The boiler is somewhat larger and will have some capacity, but it's not intended to do a new complete addition because that addition is still in discussion format. And it could look in the same form as the portables that are out there already, and those portables come with their own heating units.
So then my next question would be, is the expansion plan for the next 20 years?
I don't know what your question.
So you're saying you got a 20-year lease, but you may be building or adding to this school. Is that going to happen within the 20-year lease? So is it smarter to go with a shorter lease where we can then budget a larger boiler?
I think the boiler that we're looking at will sufficiently do what exists for CSDA today and slightly more. When we're talking in addition, we're looking at probably at most 4 classrooms, so about 4,000 square feet. So again, if you go portables, which we are already doing in some instances, the heating unit comes with it.
Okay, I'm just curious if...
It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, because you got an option for 15 years, so I'm just curious if we're just looking too far down the road with a lease.
Understood. Typically with the leases, you're looking for the useful life of the new item you buy to be in excess years of what you're purchasing.
Okay.
So we expect the boiler to go a 30 to 40-year boiler.
All right, that's all I had, thanks.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
Appreciate it. Remember, we're on the motion to amend, changing the numbers to 0. Melanie, would you like to speak or mop?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Melanie LeBake, 2 McDaniels Drive. Thank you for correcting the procedure for me. I'd like to move the question.
The young lady is proposing to end discussion now. Is there a second for her motion? There is. It takes a 2/3 majority to shut off the, forgive me, you guys will get to be heard. The question is whether after you, the discussion is ended. So, all those in favor of ending discussion, raise your voting card. Thank you. All those who want to keep talking, raise your vote. It's clearly 2/3 in favor of ending discussion, except for you two guys. Go for it.
Thank you for that. So Bob Olio, 56 Pepper Road, Brookline, New Hampshire. I do support Eric's recommended amendment.
Amendment, yep.
The reason I support it is because he's one of the few people that I know in this town that is conservative and wants to save the taxpayers' money. And I know that there's a lot of people who are not conservative here, obviously, and that's okay. But it saves all the families money if we save money. I don't know the details of this as much as other people may do. So I do support it only because of Eric's bringing it up, and I trust him, frankly. I do have another question, though. Somebody was mentioning there was a $40,000 rebate starting that's available this year but might go away.
I'm sorry, sir, would you, I didn't catch that. You're sticking on the issue about zeroing out these numbers.
Yes, but, okay, so I support that because Eric's suggesting it and I trust him dearly.
So that's the only
That's
issue
all
on
we're
the
talking
floor
about
is
here?
to make that change.
That's all we're talking
And we'll
about?
get back to
Fair
the
enough.
primary stuff, yeah. Thank you, sir, for understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moderator, I'm sorry, before we get going, can I ask a question? Can I ask a point of order question? Are we allowed to, is this a nonpartisan meeting?
I don't know what that means. You can.
Are we
it's
allowed
not-
to, talk
Yes, you
politically
are.
and identify our political parties and when we're making comments at the microphone?
I think it's empty, but yes, you can do
Okay.
that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Rebecca Liebling, 63 Averill Road, Brookline. I was wondering if we could repeat about the condition of the current boiler and whether it will make it for another year. Do we think it's going to make it? Do we think it's really going to break? And number two, I forgot, sorry. So
That's
just
all right. No,
because I
stay
was
there, stay
curious-
there. You got one.
Okay.
How long is this thing going to last? Is that your question?
Yeah,
Okay.
how long is it, do we think it's
Can we
going to
hear,
last? Thank you.
hear on that, please?
The existing boiler that we have is at its end of life. In 2019, it had a substantial crack. We were able to repair that crack, and at that time, which is now 6 years ago, we were told that we should be looking to replace the boiler. It is becoming very difficult to get parts because when a boiler gets to be that age, it struggles to make the efficiency level. And once it doesn't make the efficiency level, companies stop making parts. So that's an issue as well. And I'd like to remind the voters, we did bring a proposal in 2022 to replace the boiler, and we approved a contingency bond for $1.5 million when the full request was for $2.5 million, and that extra $1 million was for the heating system. So we've asked for this once before. Could it survive another year? It may, but it may go next January, and I can tell you we don't have a great enough margin to fund a $700,000 boiler, so we'd be here at a special meeting, and we'd have kids at home with their parents for a number of days while we approved that funding, and while we waited for it to be repaired.
Okay, and I remembered what I was going to say. $300,000 is not nothing. It's a lot, so these are very good points that were raised, whether you're conservative or liberal, and thank you so much for that further information.
Thank you for getting to the microphone. It takes a little bit of courage. Further discussion on the motion to change these $90,000 numbers to 0. That's the motion to amend. It's on the floor. Seeing no further discussion, we'll put changing the $90,000 numbers to 0 in the two places on Article 2. All those in favor of doing so, please raise your voting card. All those opposed, please raise your voting card. It's clearly a a defeat for that motion to amend. Further discussion on the motion which reads now, just as your Article 2 reads. Yes, ma'am.
Susan Haight from South Main Street. I have a question to the Budget Committee and the school board. When you were discussing this particular article and the need to replace the boilers under the lease, did you also consider the as a bond? And what was the reasoning to not present a bond?
Yeah, I think we did talk about it, but the rates at that point were not comparable, so this is what we went with.
You mean the bond rates?
Mm-hmm. This is what we could afford, and this was what was in our budget.
Okay. Should Article 2 not pass, and should Article 3 not pass, what happens?
So, I mean, I think it's very similar to what Andy was just saying, is that we can't guarantee that the boiler will last longer, right? So if let's say the boiler goes next October or November, we're calling a special meeting, we're having to replace the boiler, school won't be running. So it's a pretty catastrophic failure if the boiler goes and we don't have a plan in place to replace it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Two questions, just financial. How long is the warranty?
Every time you get up, you got to do the same thing, name and address.
Oh, Robert Bolio, Brookline, New Hampshire, 56 Pepper Road. How long is the warranty on the boilers? On the new ones that might be going in?
It's very hard to hear.
Yeah,
How long is the warranty on the proposed new boilers? How many years?
The new boilers, if this passed, have to be put out to bid. And we have to get 3 bid proposals to bring to the school board, and part of that information is the warranty.
What's the expected warranty on an average project of this size?
Typically, there's parts and labor that are usually the first 5 years, and then major failures are usually after that. But each proposal has to come in, and would be speculating in hypotheticals until the board has that. That's a board vote. So just by passing this doesn't mean it happens. Because let's say the proposal came in and it's much, much more than we expected. Then we have to figure out the next solution.
Fair enough, thank you for that. My thing I want to say is we were talking about if something happens a year from now in January, that we would have to then have the discussions, pay the money, et cetera. That would also be true 7 years from now or 12 years from now if it's past the warranty. So there's nothing new there. That's always true. My other question is, and I don't know the answer to this at all, actually, I'm just curious. There was a mention of 40,000 or some number like that rebate that's available now, but it might go away in so many years. My question is, maybe it's 42,000 rebate. Thank you for that. My question is, if that goes away, does that stay for all 20 years guaranteed, even if it, quote, goes away 3 years from now? Or does it go away when it would have gone away anyway?
Your energy savings, the $48,000, is for the entire life, and the savings could actually go up if cost gets more expensive. The rebate is a one-time rebate. That's why in the first year it's cost neutral.
Oh, so that's 42,000 is it, not every year, just 42,000 1 year? Okay, so that's like 2,000 a year. Okay.
Gentlemen, forgive me for a moment. Finance Committee member, Kate.
Is this on? Oh, now it is.
You have to do the thing too.
Oh, Kate Elkins, at 95 Mason Road, Finance Committee.
I don't know where you live.
That is where I live. Wait, I'm confused where you're getting the 42,000 number.
42,565 FY26 potential rebates. It's the second line from the bottom.
I see at the bottom.
Second line from the bottom. As stated earlier by someone saying that was available now but might not be in the future. And I'm hearing now that that's a one-time rebate, not per year. So the cost for this year may be lower, which is great, but that's only a one-time thing, or someone correct me.
Ms. Bergstrom would like to speak to that.
Okay, so if you look at the top, that's the whole project. So the project is broken down into various one-time rebates and annual savings. For the LED lighting, there have been rebates for many, many years. Everyone, except for us, has already converted to LED lights. So therefore, there's no incentive to continue to give rebates. It still exists now. It won't for much longer. So it's the $70,000 that is the, if we don't take advantage now, it won't be around. When you go down to the bottom, the $42,565 is just a portion of the $85,500 total. So that is just showing, demonstrating how there's zero impact to the budget if Article 2 passes.
Got it. So it's actually 85,000, not 42,000.
I'm sorry?
It's actually, the total is 85,500.
Correct.
That is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Steve Brogan, 9 Hollis Lane. I just have two quick questions. So one is, I just want to make sure I understand this right. So the lease is over 20 years. It's kind of like a car lease, I'm assuming, where if anything breaks, they come fix it, correct?
There's a lot of leverage if something were to go wrong because the lease company is also on the hook.
Okay.
So historically, when we've had an issue, it's the school district and the lease company kind of going back at that vendor, and there's a lot of power there.
Okay.
Whereas with a bond, it's just the school district.
Okay. And so the other question is I guess the longevity, the security of the companies we're using, not just with the mechanicals, the equipment, but the actual lease company. You know, have they been around for a long time? They're not somebody that's going to go bankrupt in 5 years or 7 years or 10 years or whatever.
The companies that we have leased with in the past, because we do have leases in Hollis and at the co-op, have been around for many, many years.
Okay.
They are very familiar with schools. And the other thing I will note, not knowing the prediction, but it's very interesting that the latest bond rates came down. Historically, lease rates have also fallen after bonds because otherwise there's no business to the leasing companies. So it wouldn't shock me if I saw the lease price come down, but I don't know that yet, and we won't know that until after March when we're out to bid.
Okay, that's positive. And if I can just offer one thing, I know we always are very reactionary with a lot of this stuff, and you know, like the gentleman was talking about his neighbor that has a boiler that's gone out. They're going to pay a whole bunch of money in emergency calls and trying to get somebody in there ASAP. Is it possible that we could have, through our finance and school committee, a fund created that, like, we know this boiler is going to die or be end of life at 25 or 30 years, I think you said. It could explode at 21 years, we don't know. I'd be more than happy to pay a little extra tax that went into a fund that we know the boiler is going to need replacing in 25 years. Here's a bunch of money, so instead of being reactionary, we can be a little more proactive. Cash is king, and having that money on hand to be like, here, we're going to buy a boiler now this year because we need it, would be a lot better than having to put it out over bonds or put it out over leases, which obviously are more expensive for, you know, many different reasons. So that's just what I just wanted to
Yeah, so I can let you know that we do have a facilities maintenance trust,
Okay.
which we will be talking about, like Article 6. That is partially why we have that. I do not know that we would have enough in it to replace a boiler, right? That's because we also use that for funding other parts like roof replacements and windows and things like that. Yeah, so we can definitely get into that a little bit more at that point, but it is there.
Okay.
So yes, but it's a great idea, yeah, to kind of prepare.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Can you hear me?
We can. Depends what you're going to say.
Well, I don't even know. Eric Bernstein, McIntosh Road. Just two questions. First one is related to the DVC controls. Is that specific for the heating system, for the lighting? Does it touch both? And is it both buildings or just RMS as it's noted here?
The control systems would be across both buildings, and the lighting would give us much greater control than we have now. So let's say I leave at the end of the day as a teacher, and forgot to put the lights out, they're going to dim at a certain number of minutes, and then they're going to go off in a certain number of minutes. That's what we've done around the other buildings in the SAU.
Okay, thank you. So that $45,000 amount is, there's functionality for both the heating system and the lighting if all of this were to pass?
In the control systems, there is, yes.
Oh, thank you. And then my second question is, I noticed there's the Article 3 contingent article. It was mentioned earlier that lease terms are determined based on the expected life of what's being leased, which makes complete sense. I noticed in Article 3, the lease term was 15 years, but in Article 2, it's 20. And I'm just wondering, with the primary purchase being the heating system, why the difference between the terms?
The difference in terms is because if you notice in Article 3, we're talking about $616,000. They're not going to go 20 years financing that. They just won't. So you're not going to get a 20-year lease on that dollar amount.
Okay, so if it were to be Article 3, we'd be leasing less than the expected life of the heating system in that case.
In either case, you're leasing less than the
Okay.
expected life. Yeah.
All right, thank
But
you.
it's just they won't fund the dollar amount.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Jessica Hartman, 51 Mountain Road. I just moved the question.
Thank you. Is there a second to ending discussion? There is? Okay. So you are about to vote on a motion which is exactly the language that is printed as Article 2. All those, pardon? Oh, shit. Yeah, boom. Yeah, that's right. So forgive me. I always forget, and I go back to town meeting asking you guys to approve or not. You can't approve. It's done in the voting booth on March 11, so I fell into bad habits. Forgive me. So the question is there any more discussion on that motion? If there's no more discussion, that motion with the original language is going to go on the ballot for the voters. Any more discussion? Thank you. There's no discussion, so therefore that will go on the ballot in that form. We have Article 3, which, how do we do this? Because we're not passing. We're going to put on the ballot that motion. Does that void Article 3?
No, Article 3 goes on.
As well.
Excuse me?
You need to take up Article 3 because it's contingent on Article 2, so presumably one could pass and the other might not. So.
Okay, let's do it. Article 3 reads as follows. This article will be null and void if Article 2 passes, but that happens in the voting booth. To see if the school district will vote to authorize the school board to enter into a 15-year lease purchase agreement for $616,250 to finance the acquisition and installation of boilers, controls, and related building improvements at Captain Samuel Douglas Academy, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $51,013 for payments due under the lease purchase agreement during the 2025-2026 fiscal year. The annual lease payments over the 15-year term is estimated to be $51,013 per year. This lease purchase agreement will contain an escape non-appropriation clause, majority vote required, estimated tax impact 4 cents on $1,000 of assessed value. School board recommends the appropriation to 0. Finance committee recommends it 2 to 0. Is there a motion under Article 2?
I'll motion to move
Been
as
moved
written.
as written?
Yes.
Second for the young ladies has been seconded. Any discussion? If you'd like to discuss, if they don't, you feel free to enlighten them. Come, please.
Okay, so just to clarify, this is here because we absolutely need a boiler. Article 2 includes the boiler, the controls, the LED lights. LED lights and controls for both RMMS and CSDAs. This article simply includes the CSDA boiler and the associated controls for the CSDA boilers. As Superintendent Corey mentioned, we already asked you for the boiler in 2022 because it was, we were advised in 2019 after the crack was repaired that it wasn't going to last and we really needed to plan for it. We've been trying to plan for it. It failed in 2022. We are here now in 2025, very concerned about the boiler. So this option is simply the boiler and the associated controls. It's a 15-year lease for $616,250 with a $51,013 first-year payment. The energy savings are much smaller because we're only looking at the boiler, and the potential rebates are smaller because we're only looking at the boiler. This actually has a tax impact because we're not benefiting from additional rebates and additional annual energy savings. So this is $26,013. I wanted to also just address the idea of putting a little bit of money aside. We do have a capital improvement plan. We do talk about it at our meetings, and this is not the only thing that we need to replace and repair in the Brookline school districts. Take a look at the household boilers in RMMS, the many of them. Those need to be replaced with a functional boiler that can handle the size of the building it is. So we can't keep kicking it down, keep kicking the can, because we absolutely need the boiler, which is why we have this contingent article.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive. When you talk about associated controls for just the boiler, are we talking about a similar system to the DDC controls that were mentioned in the previous article, just not covering the, or eliminating the LED lighting? That is correct.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
correct.
Further discussion on the motion under Article 3? Yes, ma'am.
Susan Haight, South Main Street. Just for clarification, when we get to the voting booth, we have 2 articles to vote that are related to the boiler. How, as a voter, do we vote yes on both of them? Or yes, no, or?
I would love you to vote yes on both of them, but you also have the option of voting yes on the first one if you want to do the lights and the controls at RMMS. If you believe because of your tax expense that all as a community you can afford is the $612,000, then you would only vote on Article 3. But when you go in, what will happen is they will tally the results of Article 2. If Article 2 passed, they will not worry about Article 3. They'll count it, but they will not, it won't be valid.
Okay.
If Article 2 is counted and it fails, then they'll move to Article 3 to see if that passes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Hearing none, there will be on the ballot a article, a motion. You know, the jargon doesn't quite work. There'll be language on the ballot for you guys to vote on, which will be the language of Article 3 exactly as it is. Am I properly assuming that you're not speaking of 3? Okay. So we close on 3 and open on 4, which reads, to see if the Brookline School Department will vote to raise and appropriate.
Mr. Moderator, I actually wanted to take up another article first.
You guys are always free to change the order of the articles, and so the gentleman wants to do that, so go right ahead.
I'd like to take up Article 9.
Okay, second for the gentleman's desire, okay. Article 9. Okay. Excuse me? Yes. So the gentleman's proposing to go out of order, and it's been seconded, so we have discussion on that proposition. Would you be so kind as to tell us why we should take 9 out of order?
I think there's a lot of people here that are interested in this one, and they wanted to vote on it early. Thank
Okay.
you.
That's enough, if people want to do that. So, any further discussion on taking up Article 9 now? Hearing none, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor of taking up 9 now, raise your voting card. All those opposed, raise your voting card. Well, I think it's clearly a defeat for the motion, but I'd like to count so we have the precise numbers. Kate, how are you with numbers?
I can help you. Yep.
Jess, you going to do it too? There's so few people here. I think Kate can do the whole room if you don't mind you'd like help? Okay. She would use your help. So we're going to divide the room, as we always do, right down here. Jeff, you're that side, Kate, you're that side. So the first question is, everybody who wants to take up 9 now, raise your card. 9? Okay, you can bring them down. Thank you. All those who don't want to take up 9 now, raise your voting card, please. Yeah. Once you bring your numbers up. Kate, what'd you get? So on yes for bringing, or would you combine them? That'd be helpful, thank you. Okay, 21 people said, let's take up Article 9 now. 47 people said, let's not take up Article 9 now. So that motion is defeated. Thank you, folks. Appreciate it. So we take up 4, which reads, to see if the Brookline School District will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session, this session, for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $12,911,654. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $12,378,381, which is the same as last year with certain adjustments required by previous action of the school district or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10 and 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Majority vote required to pass. Simple majority. Estimated tax impact, $7.63 on $1,000 of assessed value. The school board recommends this Article 4-0. The Finance Committee recommends this Article 2-0. Is there a motion under Article 4?
I'll make a motion to accept the article as written.
Thank you very much. The motion is as written. Therefore, we need a second. We got lots of seconds. Now we move into discussion on the motion under Article 4. Please approach the mic if you'd like to. You don't have to.
Do you want me to go over this? Can I go over the slides?
That would be
very
a better
quickly?
place to start. Thank
Okay,
you.
great, thanks. I'm going to do it from here, but
Yeah, get close to that mic
Just-
because you
can
might
people hear
use-
me? Okay, great. So for the operating budget, the key budget changes we just wanted to go over include academics, the addition of year 2 of the primarily literacy program, which will be $96,860. We're also proposing adding 2 regular education personnel with the amount of $206,642. As we continue to bring students back into our district in order to save the district a lot of money, we are also needing special education personnel to work with those students. So the amount is, and for other special ed needs, $203,106 for 5 positions. We're on year 3 of a 4-year replacement cycle of our computer equipment, and that is in the amount of $72,450. We also have shared services and software of $4,280, and facilities and safety needs in the amount of $177,700. And then if we go to the next slide, just sort of an overview of the major changes. This year, we were able to save, or we're proposing savings of $263,920 in contracted services. Again, that goes to the bigger picture that the district has been following of bringing our students back into the least restrictive environment, and not only benefits them, but it benefits the community. It benefits their peers, and it is a financial benefit. Special ed transportation costs would be going down $185,956. Our out-of-district costs would be going down $119,081. Health insurance would also go down $110,064. On the other side of that, in order to make these switches, we have the special ed positions that I mentioned before, the regular ed positions, and then out-of-district tuition is going up $182,634. The total for increases per the CBA for classroom teachers is $168,646. So the major changes total is $61,577. For the next slide, for the default budget summary, the FY25, this is if the default budget were the one we resorted to, was $12,063,731. We have costs that are required by law or contracted increases or reductions, adding up to $339,361. We have one-time FY25 expenses. Is that going down? I see them. I need a, okay. Just want to make sure with the expenses, $24,711, leading to the default budget total of $12,378,381. To go over that budget a little bit in broad terms, wages and benefits add up to $648,735. We're now saving on transportation and special ed services $381,323. Insurance, health, dental, FICA, NHRS is going up $35,235. Regular education transportation costs include $9,248, and regular education contracted services are $2,755. And various other small amounts are zero. For people, just so they're aware, if we had to use the default budget, that would mean the following cuts would need to happen, or certain additions would not happen.
Forgive me, Colleen. Everybody understands the default budget is the budget we revert to if the primary budget is defeated at the polls.
Yes.
It kicks in the default
Absolutely.
budget as a mandatory alternative. Thank you.
Thank you for explaining that, though. I should have done that. Academic positions that would be impacted are the pre-K coordinator. We would have to, we would cut that to manage, and the purpose of the coordinator is to manage our growing population and growing programs, which include bringing students, again, keeping students in their home schools, which benefits everybody. Cutting in a proposed environmental science position, which would save $93,106. That position has been deemed important and is also part of the rotation through specials that are needed just to staff our students. Teaching positions would be cut, which would again affect class sizes, and we are bound by class size mandates that the town has told us that they want, so that would have to change. We would no longer have interventionists to support student learning needs and behavioral needs. The reading literacy program, which we already started in year one, would be cut. We would not be able to afford that. Most districts, almost all districts, use walkie-talkies to ensure safety, which is even more important year by year, and those would be cut. Grade 6 has annually gone on a culminating experience to the Brown Center. It's something that the sixth graders look forward to. That would be cut. Students would not be allowed to access the soccer field for recess at CSDA, because in order to allow students to access that field, all students have to have access, and part of our proposed budget would allow all students to have access. Life skills renovation would need to not happen. And again, when we're talking about bringing our students back in so that they can be with their peers, we can't just bring them back into a regular ed classroom. We have to provide for them. And again, for those who might just be looking at, is this a cost savings? To send a student out of district who has needs, it can be anywhere from $85,000, $90,000 and above just for tuition, never mind transportation. So just be aware, overall, we can see some of the numbers, how we're shifting and we're savings, but we can't just bring kids back without providing them what they need. That's not successful. We would also have to cut out replacement tables, doors, and flooring. These are end-of-life replacements. Those would not be able to happen. And we would also not be able to do counter lamination, portable skirting, and painting for end-of-life replacements for those. We can take questions and comments.
Greg Darbone, 65 Cleveland Hill Road. That's a great slide for me to talk to. And I've been here long enough to know that people move into our community, get their kids through our school system, and then they leave, and they've raised the tax because it's for the children. I always want someone to get up and go, but what about the grandparents who've been here for ages, right, Peter? You and I?
Yeah.
All right. So there's a lot of money there, and I understand, for instance, the ADA access for soccer field. Totally understand. I would vote for that. I have no problems with that. Or the life skills renovation. I understand why. What I do have to question, environmental science. Is that a person that is going to go from grade to grade teaching environmental science?
It is. It would be a special.
So tell me why a second grade teacher can't do what that person has said. Give me a break.
Ask the question.
All right, so tell me, why can't a second grade teacher who's been teaching all the subjects that do now can't add that to their science that they teach?
Well, you wouldn't have a second grade teacher. The second grade teacher is bound by the curriculum standards, which are standards across the board, different grade to grade, which aren't environmental science across the board. So number one. Number two is that this is a full-time position. So this person would be teaching a whole curriculum. So science grade to grade.
I hear what you're saying.
I hear you.
And I disagree, so we can
No,
disagree.
but you don't interrupt. She
That's
didn't
okay.
interrupt you. You listen and hear her out.
I'll listen, but I'm disagreeing.
Yeah. That's fine.
And I didn't know if Gina wanted to talk to the position at all, or Andy to answer, or if that's sufficient.
The environmental position does a couple things. One, it allows us to get the proper number of specials for growing enrollment, because right now we're starting to see RMMS at some class or grades have 5 sections, some 4. So we're going to need an extra special educationally. Number 2, it actually is kind of replacing Spanish, which we did away with a few years ago, and the reason for eliminating Spanish was there's simply a lack of teachers. Number 3, we live in the community of Brookline, similar to Hollis, who has environmental. It is probably one of the fastest growing fields there is, and we need to take advantage of all the resources we have locally. We are purchasing a number of conservation acres. It would be nice to teach children why we do that. And finally, it will allow our teachers to get a level of experience that a generalist doesn't hold in science.
I hear you, but I disagree.
And I respect that.
So I just want to say, every person we add adds costs. There's a retirement for them, there's health insurance for them, so forth and so on. And it's been a while since I was in second grade, but my second grade teacher, Mrs. Clarkin, could teach a whole bunch of subjects. And we would go out in the woods and look at the environment there. Now I know today's kids are much smarter than we were back then. So they may need a specialist to do this kind of stuff, but the Boy Scouts taught me a lot, my local teacher taught me a lot, living in the woods. So personally, I think we can reduce the big budget without hurting too much the one that's, if we go to the default, there are some things that are going to drop off that we do need, okay? But environmental science and teaching positions, we got to look at some of that, interventionists, how do we do it today? That's a question I have. How do we do it today that we have to hire this one special person? And I know it's important, I totally understand, but how do we do it today?
I think what we were talking about earlier is that as we have, first of all, a growing population. We also have special education increases. We have growing needs. So again, it's similar to what I was saying about life skills renovation. You just don't bring students back with unique needs and expect them to be able to learn in the same way as their typical peers. So in some ways, the interventionists can help with that. Interventionists are also looking at overall progress, making sure that we're keeping our scores up for making sure our kids are learning appropriately, kids that might be falling behind. So there's many uses for interventionists.
So my next question then is, we have an interventionist there and we have a life skills renovation. Is that a person also life skills renovation?
No, renovation is physical renovation of a
So
room.
ramps and stuff like that, so wheelchairs can go where they need to go.
I want to double check life skills. Renovation to me means, yeah. Okay, I want to check I want to be 100%.
Just wanted to make sure we weren't adding another person. Again, I caution us from hiring more people, you know, and that's, every time I look at the numbers, I try to compare where we are today to where the same number of students were a few years ago. And how many more teachers do we have today, or actually more administrators? I'm a big anti-administration person. I think teachers should get credit for doing a lot of great things. So we need more teachers. That's my personal opinion. So we have a lot of administrators that supervise the many teachers, but if we eliminate every administrator, except maybe the principal, we probably could still run an efficient school, because we're giving the teachers that ability before. So
I don't want to go too far. Oh, sorry, I did interrupt you.
Sorry,
That's okay.
I just, that's my personal opinion. We got to be careful of people that we hire because of all those other costs we're not looking at. That's my bottom line. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes.
could I just make one comment? I just want to point out
Kate
these are,
Elkins.
Oh, Kate Elkins, 95 Mason Road. That these are potential cuts, and I wonder if the superintendent could speak to that word potential and how you came to these suggested cuts before we move on.
Sure. I'd be happy to. Obviously, the difference between the recommended budget and the default budget is, call it about $600,000. And as a result of that, we went through and outlined some of the recommendations that we would make to the school board. Ultimately, the school board would make the choices between the budget passed by the voters and what would need to be cut. We would recommend some of these because they would be new positions. We're asking them for them now. And that's why they would be looked at and scrutinized, but the board could choose to go in a different way.
Okay, thank you.
If I could also, I do think it's relevant to the question, and I don't know that everybody has it in front of them, but the process of doing this budget actually went through 4 rounds. So in every area, we have cut what the district actually wanted and felt like they needed. So this has been carefully considered month after month. I won't go through the whole thing. It should be in the packet, but for example, in the round 1 of academics for both buildings, the proposals were for $121,339, and it was cut to $96,860. In personnel, the recommendation was $320,000 approximately, and it was cut to $206,000. So we've already gone through extensive cuts to meet the needs of to balance the needs of everybody. We have to meet the needs of our students, but we also take into consideration the needs of taxpayers. The one area where costs did go up because it's mandated is special ed personnel, but again, we've talked about the flip side of that is how much money we're actually saving by allowing students to remain in the least restrictive environment. So in every area, and I'm just checking as we're going through, cuts have been made already.
And I will note further to the point that Greg brought up about personnel regulations change, and if we are unable to hire personnel in-house, we end up contracting out, which is a significant hit to the budget. We're paying sometimes double to triple the cost for hiring in-house. So I wanted to make that aware as well. This is a conversation that we have. We invite you to the budget meetings. You'll hear us have this conversation all the time. But we want to do our best by taxpayers, which is also limiting the amount of people we're having to contract out and double and triple pay for by attempting to bring them in-house so that we are, in the long run, meeting the needs and regulations that we are required to meet by the federal and state government while also providing you, the taxpayers, the best bang, I guess, for your buck that we can. I don't know if that is the right way to phrase it, but we're trying to be very mindful of both. So.
And I wanted to add, I think there's probably a lot of people in these rooms who spend some time in our schools, who either have children there or volunteer there. And I think, I think everyone is aware that there's an increase of behavioral issues in children. There are, increased mental health issues, and a lot of people who also left the teaching profession after the pandemic. And so the stress on our staff and our administrators is pretty, and on our students is actually pretty high. And so, when I look at some of the things that, we have looked at as a board, when Colleen is, reviewing like things that we've cut, we've looked at like behavior reports or incident reports and seen that like many of these behavioral issues happen on school buses. So we were like, oh great, let's get a school bus monitor. Let's have some adults, who can help monitor what's going on in the buses so the bus drivers can actually drive and maintain safety on the road. So we cut that, right? We are really cognizant of the stress on everyone's pocketbooks, and our principals are often substituting in classes because we don't have substitutes. So, you can't just have one administrator in the building because, there's literally like little fires everywhere that have to be put out, and sometimes that person who's the principal in the building is, doing lunch duty or substitute teaching for the day. So our administrators and our teachers have done really amazing work with very few resources, and I wanted to point that out. This is a really lean budget, and we are trying to add salaried positions to, number one, keep more students in our buildings, in our district, in the community, and also, as Johanna was saying, stop paying so many contractors, right? There are resources that we are required by law to provide to students, and if we can't hire those positions, we are going to pay for them at 3 to 4 times the cost that's included in this budget.
On the heels of what Kelly said, just the work that we did with this budget this year, every single round that came back to the board, every single time we asked, we asked to have them go back and make it lower, and every single time, our administrators and the budget committee was able to do that. And this budget is a reflection of that, and the multiple rounds to get it to a point where we as a board have asked the professionals who run the schools that as much as you've cut, do you feel confident with this for the year? And they do. And we have cut a lot. We have tried to be very mindful of everybody and the community and costs. So I just want to echo that, and the work that went into this and our multiple rounds. And again, every single time we asked them to bring it down, and they did, without hesitation, right? So I do just want to call that out for the room as well.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road. I wanted to bring up the slide that says BSD tax rate info, please. I think it was in the intro. We didn't actually show it. There it is. Thank you. For those who aren't aware, in 2019, we passed a 8% local tax cap under RSA 32.5B, which means the tax effort cannot go up more than 8% a year, the proposed one. And so this slide is the closest to that calculation. The only thing that's missing on this is on the tax effort part of the law says that you can add, you're supposed to bring forward a fund balance from the previous year, which is $338,650, which means the total tax effort with that fund balance would be $8,924,995. And if you do that with the $9.951 million, that's a 11.5% increase that's been proposed going into the meeting, where we have an 8% tax cap. So I'd like to know, why are we exceeding the tax cap? The purpose of a tax cap is to limit the proposed spending going into the deliberative session.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Can someone address that, please?
I'd be happy to. We spent pretty much an entire board meeting working with the school board and Attorney O'Shaughnessy on the tax cap calculation. We followed what was provided to us by legal counsel, and I did pose your question to legal, and the response I got respectfully was that your interpretation of the law doesn't make it the correct reading of the law.
Well, the first few years we had the tax cap, this was the methodology that was used, and all of a sudden it's changed, and I'm concerned about that. If you can you go to the slide that says tax cap, or do you have that? Tax cap calculation. I have a printout of it here with me. It's in the public hearing, which I could not unfortunately go to, but about a week ago, I made an inquiry. I did not hear back. At least I didn't see a response. But in the tax cap calculation that they used, they just had operating budget, the warrants, and then there was nothing about revenues in either the current year or the previous year. It was just adding up all the expenditures like it's a budget cap, and we do not have a budget cap. We have a tax effort cap. So I'm really concerned that we're not following the tax cap that we passed. That's what I'd like to point out, and I'm very concerned about that. And I'd like to make a motion to amend as a result. I'd like to make a motion to amend the warrant article on the floor to a new figure of $11,867,198.
You're going to have to do that more slowly.
$11,467,198.
Is there a second to the gentleman's motion to amend? There is. Would someone like to address that? Mr. Power, I'm a little concerned about the time you've occupied that microphone. There's a long line behind you.
Well, I was patient here while other people were talking. I just would like to talk the reasoning where I came from this. So if you go back to FY22, we had 587 students. We're down to 571. We've lost 16 students in the 4 years. There has been inflation of about 21%. So we have inflation of 21%. We lost 3%. That's a net of about 18% or 17.9. So this budget is accounting for the change in students and the inflation. We had a lot of inflation. That's where this new number came for the FY26 budget. People cannot afford the taxes in this town. They're going up rapidly. I know we have to strike a balance, but I think it's out of balance, and that's why I'm making this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have on the floor then this motion to amend to this 11 million number. That's what we're addressing.
Ed Perry for Muscatanipus, so at this point we can speak either in favor or against, and that's what we're limited to.
You can speak to the merits of it, yes.
I thought a few moments ago the idea was we had to get out of here a little bit quickly so we could get to the items later in the night that people wanted to entertain. I guess that's not a concern anymore. I'm going to give you a little fast forward on how the rest of the night's going to go, because I've been to a few of these and because I know enough. We're going to have a long line of people who are going to discuss this operating budget, and at the end of it, we're going to pass the operating budget, and the same handful of people that disapproved of the last thing are going to be in the minority again. And we're going to do this lather, rinse, and repeat for the next 3 hours. And some people are going to complain about the length of it, but I'd like you to know that the people who complain about the length of it are the people who are taking up the most time talking about things that don't make a heck of a lot of sense. The idea that someone could stand up in a public meeting and on the back of a brown paper bag,
Don't
come
make
up
it
with a number.
personal,
No,
Ed.
no,
Don't
it's not
make it
personal. It's
personal.
not personal. I
Speak to
said
the merits.
Any person. I can speak to any person. That's within the law. I'm not speaking to a
It's
specific
not a matter
person.
of law. I'm the law here.
You're correct.
You're going to be civil and respectful,
It is
and you do not have
absolutely
to target anybody.
We're not.
The merits of the issue are the only thing you guys are going to talk
I
about.
believe you misheard me. The idea that any person, this is a common thing that's been said at every meeting, Peter, and I know you know this. The idea that anyone could come up with a better number than a group of people who have struggled over this number for months. Right, you've heard this many times before. It's not new.
I don't
The
remember
idea
anything.
that someone could come up with a better figure in a minute than people who have been looking at these numbers for months and months and months and have been to hearings and have tossed the numbers back and forth with legal and have come up with ways to reduce it. The idea that they don't have the fuller picture of this, considering that they know every other element of the school budget, is a little bit preposterous. Just saying. But beyond that, the other part that we heard here is that we've got to contain these budget costs. You're not going to do that here tonight, folks, and you're going to know that because you're going to look at these numbers and you're going to divide them by 265 taxable plots, and that's basically all you can save yourself. Some people might not know this, but here's how your tax bill breaks down. Your property tax bill breakdown. I wish we had a slide for this one because it's a good one. 71% of your tax bill does go to the schools. That's absolutely true. 20% covers your municipal. Your local stuff here, the stuff that the select board passes. 3% we kick over to county. And then there's the state portion. You see, in the state of New Hampshire, the Constitution says that the state has to provide adequate funding to the schools as well. Now, we're putting in 71%, so you've got to imagine it must be a high figure, right? It's 5. The state contributes 5, and here's the kicker. One of the reasons why we're dealing with less is because they're going to give us less now. They're going to give us less on special education, and unfortunately, we are still, unfortunately, because these people deserve the service, we still have federal mandates. Now, how that works is the federal mandates say that there's a certain amount of money that's going to have to be paid on special education. The state is supposed to reimburse that money to us. They don't reimburse all of it, and they don't do it all at the same time. And every year they discuss up in Concord how they can put less money into the schools. I get it, folks. Taxes are not sustainable. Folks are out there struggling to buy eggs. But here's the thing. If you really want to save money, I'll tell you how to save 5% off your property bill. Call Concord, talk to your state representative, and say, come up with some other formulas for that 5%, because it's kind of weird that you're taking your 5% portion out of my property taxes as well. It might be an idea, but they don't discuss that up in Concord. They got other stuff to do. On the merits of this particular thing, just changing the number isn't going to do a whole heck of a lot. But it is going to cut a lot of those programs out of there. And people are going to talk about those programs as if they're all extra things that we don't need. But something that you've heard a lot tonight is the term end of life.
One more minute.
End of life floors, end of life doors, end of life boilers. That's not fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility used to not just be tax cuts, it was savings. It was buying things when they were cheap. Had we bought those boilers 3 years ago, we would have saved a heck of a lot of money. But no, we kicked it down the line and we spent more.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
This question is related to the amendment here.
And your name would be
Proposed-
Brian?
Oh, sorry, Brian Rader, 31 Mason Road, and I am still happy to be sitting on this side and not on that side. This question is related to the amendment for changing the dollar amount. My question is, could you explain how the 12.9 million that's proposed satisfies the cap that is in place? What's the details that allows that to work?
We, at the public hearing, provided a slide that demonstrated the calculation that legal counsel had approved that supported the budget that we put in front of you. And here it comes. So the $12,911,654 was the budget. The SAU warrant is $493,606. The maintenance trust is $360,000. The lease is $90,565, and the fund balance that we anticipate returning to the taxpayers is $100,000. That gives us the tax year 2025 of $13,995,825. And when we look at the tax cap amount of $13,032,036, you arrive at a 7.09 calculation to be under the 8%. And that's the calculation that legal counsel, we had them come to a meeting and spent the money to make sure we're being correct. So the board had that. I did send Mr. Powers' question to him, and they went through and reviewed it, and they just feel it's a different way of interpreting something, and they feel the way we did it was legal and correct.
Okay. So the funds that the school returns to the town is part of that calculation, unless I misheard.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Dawn Albertson, 21 Pigeon Hill Road. And really, for me, I just felt like this whole conversation was losing context. And I think it's deeply important, obviously, when we talk about spending, we need a very serious look at it. And my understanding is you went through 4 rounds, is that right, of work on this budget? And I appreciate the time and energy that went into that. I think the other part of context that's important is that families move here for the amazing school district. It's a huge draw, and it's a more affordable option than Hollis. And we are holding our own on all of the rankings, right? So school is not just a thing to be considered, I think, in par with other things. But fundamentally, the context I was really hoping to speak to was the idea that outside of grades 1 and 2, we actually are working well above the state average in terms of pupils per classroom. And if you look, we are spending about 20% less than the state average per student. So whilst this might be positioned to seem like a wild budget, these people are working very lean and thoughtfully to make sure to deliver the continued school education, which brings families in, which raises everyone's property values, right? So this is an investment in our community that is beyond just for the children, but it's also for the children. And those are perfectly acceptable things to say out loud, because it is, of course, why we're here in a school, talking about how we deliver for these students and the ways in which that feeds our community and that feeds our state. So again, we are already working 20% below the state average. There's a huge delta between the conversation around the wild inflammatory pricing and what's actually happening here. So that's my statement.
Thank you. So I presume you're speaking against the, well, go ahead. You guys will have to figure it out. Go ahead.
Brady Halligan, 17 Birch Hill. Folks who have been to these meetings before know I make this statement every year. If you torture numbers long enough, they will confess to anything. I could make this budget say it had a net tax impact of $0. I could make this budget say it had a net tax impact of 40%. All depends on how you do the math. As we all know, the reason why attorneys have jobs is because there are discussions about the law and disputes about the law, and that's why we have attorneys in courts, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So debate is natural and healthy, and we should not be running around accusing other people of violating the law, because that's not what people do around here. And to the woman's point, yes, Brookline actually is 20% lower than Hollis in our cost for the Brookline School District. So we do a pretty good job around here. And I just wanted to make sure that point was very, very clearly made, as well as there is a meeting, public meeting, every single night these days. The school board, at least, has all of them on YouTube for free. Every single archived one, too. You can look at them and review all of this information before you come tonight and know exactly what's going on, how these decisions were made. I would encourage people to look at that stuff, because this is all your public transparency out there for you. I oppose the gentleman's motion because this work has already been done, and this is a bare bones budget that's already 20% lower than the state average.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Stacy Esposito, 26 Pepperell Road. I know that this is related to the tax cap. However, and I don't know if this is allowed, but at the meeting on Monday for the co-op, a tax cap, I believe it was a tax cap, was presented. And within that presentation was the notion that at any point it can be amended or shifted or changed. So I don't know if I can ask specifically about the tax cap and the rules around it, but it does seem as though the way at least it was presented at the co-op meeting made it sound as though it was a little bit more flexible than it's seeming right now.
Thank you.
So I think that's really all I want to say.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive. If I heard the numbers correctly, this amendment to the article puts us in a rather odd position again, which we've seen before, where if we defeat the budget, we pay more. And if we pass the budget, we pay less. So, I mean, if that is confusing to anybody here, imagine it's going to be fairly confusing to any of the voters come voting day. I think that in itself is enough to say, hey, wait a minute, we are making things more difficult for the rest of us. I think voting is complex enough that we need to make things as simple and as direct as possible. Without this amendment, we've got a good choice in front of the voters, a perhaps somewhat less than ideal default budget, or a budget that better meets the needs of our school system. So I would recommend that we vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Tom Duran, Meeting House Hill Road. So I just want to say that about 15 minutes ago, $365,000 in interest wasn't made a big deal, and suddenly add 200K to it, it is. Just, maybe the whole bond thing might have been a better idea to rethink, but we can't talk about that anymore, so I just want to say I'm in favor of the amendment.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Bill Graham, Averill Road, Brookline. As a taxpayer of 40 years, I support the work that you have done. I think you do your best to really try to deliver a good school board and a good environment for us and the people who live here. As a taxpayer, I support he is proposing, give us a lower tax bill. I think we all want that. I think as a country, it's pretty damn clear. We're spending more than any other country in the world, and we're ranked around 40 in terms of the rest of the country, or the rest of the states and nations in the world. So the kind of education at a national level that we're giving our students is inferior to what's happening in the rest of the world. So think about the system that's going on here that's giving you your job that you're doing admirable and trying to deliver on. But also think about the money that we're spending and why we're at this impasse and trying to sort this problem out. It seems to me like the tail's trying to wag the dog a lot. And think also about the change that's just happening here in the country. If the Department of Education goes away, all this stuff changes. Have you thought about that much?
Thank you very much, sir. Anything further on the motion to amend our $12 million number, the first one in Article 4 to $11,467,198. It's a motion to amend to make that change, not to approve anything other than making that change. And then you'll have to vote about the motion, the changed motion, if you choose to change it. All those in favor of changing the number from $12,911,654 to $11,467,198, please raise your voting card. Opposed, please raise your voting card. It's clearly a vote defeating the motion to amend. Therefore, you guys revert back to the original motion, which is the very language of the article. Any further discussion, or do we move this to the voters? Yes, ma'am.
Clearly, in any budget, the biggest piece is salaries and
She's
benefits.
still Sue Haight.
Oh, sorry.
She forgot to say her name.
Susan Kate, South Main Street, Brookline. as I was saying, clearly the biggest part of any budget is salaries and benefits. There's not much that can be done about benefits, but in most corporations, salaries become a key part, and there is such a thing as a reduction in salaries. I know historically, for the last 50 years I've been involved in this district, the argument is we need good teachers, and it's for the benefit of the students. And that's the argument every single year and every single budget. And I don't have a problem with that, basically, but at some point in time, I think it has to be said, enough's enough, maybe we need to hold salaries. And I know that the unions require certain things, but there has to be a way around some of that, and I don't know what the answer is, but I think we need to try to control the biggest part of the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Anything further? Otherwise, this thing goes to the ballot. Seeing no further discussions, that's exactly what will happen. The motion under Article 4 goes on to the ballot. Moving on to Article 5, shall the voters of the Brookline School District adopt a school administrative unit budget of $2,438,355 for the forthcoming fiscal year, in which $493,606 is assigned to the school budget of this school district. This year's adjusted budget of $2,389,654 with $483,748 assigned to the school budget of this school district will be adopted if the article does not receive a majority vote. I've confused myself. I kind of want to read that all over again. Shall the voters adopt a gross budget for the SAU of $2 million plus? 490 is going to be our school district's burden, question mark. That's simple. This year's adjusted budget. What is the adjusted budget? Is that the default budget? What is it? Talk to me.
Legally, it's, at an SAU, it's called adjusted. It's not called a default, that's why.
Okay, but it's the same.
Same concept.
Okay. So this year's adjusted default budget of $2,389,654 with $483,783 assigned to the school budget of this district will be adopted. The default thing will be adopted if the article does not receive a majority vote of all school district voters voting in the school administrative unit. I get it now. Do you get it now? Should I do it? Okay. Estimated tax impact, 42 cents on $1,000 of assessed value. The school board recommends this Article 4-0. The Finance Committee recommends this Article 2-0. Motion under this article.
I'd like to make a motion as written.
It's been moved as written. Does the young lady have a second? She has a second. Discussion on the motion under Article 5.
Peter, can we go to the next slide? Can I just talk through this a little bit?
Well, it would be right for the school board to be the proponents and therefore to address this issue. You use whatever slide you want.
I'd like to just talk about this before we get into conversation. Is that okay?
So just a sec. This subject matter, is it related to?
Yeah, it's the budget. It's
SAU
Article 5.
budget?
Yes, it's Article 5.
Sure,
It's SAU
you feel
budget.
free, whatever.
Fabulous.
Do it.
Fabulous, thank you. This is, you'll see this is a flat budget this year for all intents and purposes. There's an increase of $12,510 over last year's budget. The factors in this one is that we have a savings in the superintendent's salaries with Andy's departure. So we have some savings there. There were some savings with the New Hampshire retirement system. There are increases in this budget. Primarily driver of that is a 4% of salary increases, which are contractual that we need to honor after we have gone through negotiations with the unions. So but it's relatively a flat budget overall, and the work that the SAU did with that this year, as you can see up on the board. So I just wanted to take a moment and call that out for everybody, and now we're good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it very much. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive. It's my understanding that this particular article is not subject to amendment.
That is the number, yes, the numbers are not subject to amendment.
Then I suggest we move on.
Look it, people seem to always feel free to talk about stuff that means nothing. So let's not start that precedent, okay? Therefore, the gentleman's right. The statute says we can't tweak these numbers. Therefore, it will go to the voters as written unless anybody violently objects. Seeing no violent objection, we'll go forward to Article 6, which reads to see if the school district will vote to raise an appropriate sum of up to $360,000 to be added to the previously established School Facilities Maintenance Trust Fund from the June 30th unassigned fund balance, otherwise known as a surplus. No amount to be raised from taxation. Estimated tax impact foregoing a potential rate reduction, 30 cents on $1,000 assessed value. The school board recommends this Article 4-0. Finance recommends this Article 2-0. Motion under Article 6.
Motion to
Moved as written. Second for the young lady's motion. Seconds we got. Discussion on the motion under Article 6, please.
So I'll just run through the slides really quickly to kind of explain. So Article 6 is addressing our maintenance fund. When we look at the current status of the fund, the FY25 ending balance, you'll see there is $33,317. We're asking for $360,000, yes, thank you, Allison, to replenish it. The proposed usage, wow, that was loud. Proposed usage is $339,000 with an FY26 anticipated ending balance of $54,317. When we look at the proposed uses, we are looking at, again, a couple of projects, some that we've already started, some that we are looking ahead. So with our MMS intercom bells phones, we are in year 2 of a 2-year project. The first year was last year. So that's $50,000. They are at end of life. So we've already started replacing them, and this year we would finish. For the CSDA, we would be creating STEP program spaces. So this is important because it is allowing us to kind of provide programming spaces for students that are moving up from RMMS to CSDA. So RMMS actually already has STEP programming, CSDA does not, so that's where that number is coming from. We are looking at bathroom renovations for phase 1. Andy can let me know if I say this wrong, but I believe that they are not currently ADA compatible. I believe they are grandfathered in. Yes, Kelly's nodding, yes, okay. So our goal here is to make them ADA compatible. That is important that all of our students are able to access the bathroom. As the mother of a preschooler, it is very important that people can access the bathroom. And then we have the roof replacement of Milford Street for RMMS. For $85,000. That's because we'd like Dan to stay off the roof. So we want that to be it's something that we're mindful of, and that is where we are at for the usage. And I believe that's the end of my slides. Okay.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion under Article 6.
Rob Rushton again, still Flint Meadow Drive. How does the appropriation to this fund this year compare with the last few years? I know it's an ongoing thing.
Okay, so let me pull up last year's minutes really quickly. Yeah.
The maintenance trust is up significantly. Kelly, the maintenance trust is up significantly this year. And it's just the projects that are coming due. The two major things is the space for the STEP program, which will allow us some cost avoidance. And then moving forward with the bathroom renovations to become ADA compliant. So I think we were closer to about 180,000 last year. Give or take, I don't have that number in front of me.
So looking at last year, we asked for 156,000. That was foregoing a potential rate reduction of 13 cents to the thousand. So it is up this year, but again, we do have different needs. So creating the STEP program here at CSDA is allowing for what Colleen was referencing earlier with least restrictive environment, which is very important. Also because students are coming up from RMMS, programming is coming with them and spaces are needed for that. So that's kind of a big piece of it this year. But that is in turn allowing us to service students in-house, which is important in terms of integration and life quality, and also out-of-state or out-of-district placements can be upwards of $200,000 a year. So that, yes, per child, that is not like so if we're saying roughly, 5 kids have to go out, we're looking at that's a pretty significant chunk of money versus the 100,000 that we're asking for here to help. So it is a little bit higher this year, but there's reasons that we kind of have that we can't really put off any longer. Yeah.
So my understanding, more money this year, but all going to necessary and appropriate purpose.
Yes, Gina has a, yes. What?
I'm sorry, I got to get you on a microphone because people at home. Thank you.
I just want to remind everyone, this only funds if there's money to fund it at the end, if there's money left over. So you're foregoing a tax reduction. So if we only have 200,000, then only 200,000 can fund. And at this point, it looks like we're not going to have any money left over. So it might be a moot point.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Gina.
Yes, sir.
Web Scales, DuPont Gould Road. I find this all very frustrating. The facilities are critical to our operation. They need to be maintained. They need to be able to provide the capacity and capabilities that the students and staff require. And so seeing this trust fund funded and then with a full intention of depleting it again during the year suggests to me that these are important considerations that ought to be in the main operating budget as normal expenditures. These are not things that we are, let me back up. When we started doing this trust, the idea was that we could save money over several years for large expenditures, and we could even out the flow of taxes. And so I would expect to see something in here like the roof, which part of it's in here, but we're now doing the roof piecemeal pretty much every year. I would have liked to have seen something in here for the boiler. We knew this expense was coming 3 years ago. Why on earth didn't we put money toward the boiler? And so to have this as just another funding mechanism so that we can claim that the operating budget is flat, and then we can turn around and say, but we're going to spend all this money on maintenance, sounds like a shell game to me. And what's worse, if we actually don't have money left over from this past year and we can't fund these things, now I feel like, gracious, that was mismanagement. Not that we didn't save the money, but that we didn't provide the money that we need to spend. So having you come to us and say, please allocate money for these expenditures is very frustrating to me, because if we need to spend this stuff, why isn't it in the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir?
Great, Halligan, 17 Birch Hill. To the gentleman's point, there is a reason for that, and I believe there's a proposal to address that in Article 7. So I also would like to propose to amend this. We said there's not going to be any, we don't think there's going to be any money in the trust fund.
It's looking at projections right now is looking like that is a possibility, yes.
Can we go to the language of the article itself? Slide. So I would like to change the dollar amount to 300,000, and I would like to strike through from the June 30th unassigned fund balance, so that the article will read, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate a sum of up to $300,000 to be added to the previously established school facilities maintenance trust fund.
Period?
Period.
And the balance out.
Correct. So what the effect would be that, actually, let me change it. From the June 30th unassigned balance surplus, comma, if available, Well, I don't know if I can do that either. What I want to do is I want to say, if there isn't any money in this unassigned fund balance, we're going to raise it through taxation, because this stuff needs to happen. And if it doesn't happen, we don't have any money for a rainy day. If there's no money in the unassigned fund balance to give to this account will have 20 grand in it.
So where are you now,
So
Brady?
I'll just leave it as original, and if we have to morph it, we have to morph it. To see if the school district will raise and appropriate a sum of up to $300,000 to be added to the previously established school facilities maintenance trust fund, period.
Period. Okay, is there a second to the gentleman's motion? There is. Discussion on that motion to amend.
Stephanie Gray, 24 West Hill Road. It was going to say something completely different, but now that we've had that motion to amend and I've seconded it, I don't really have anything to say except for I support the new suggestion.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So if we're raising this in taxes as opposed to taking it out of the existing funds in the unassigned fund balance, would that put us over the tax cap?
This body has that ability.
I'm sorry, what was that?
This meeting has that ability. If you as voters make that change and it's moved from here to from the deliberative, then that's what goes to the ballot.
Okay, great, thank you.
So as I've learned over time, the tax cap applies to what they can propose, but not what you guys can vote.
And can I just draw people's attention again to the 4 rounds of the budget? So in the first round, there was $100,000 allocated in the facilities maintenance line for the bathroom renovations. There was $85,000 allocated for the Milford Street roof. There were $30,000 allocated for classroom floors. So all of those things were in the budget. We, I think, have heard that feedback, Mr. Scales, like many times, and I think many of us are frustrated with that as well. And so I think we really wanted to put forward a budget that did include all the things that we need to do to keep our facilities up to date and, safe and working properly. And then we had to take it out. And so I appreciate the amendment, and I think if this legislative body is willing to put that forward to the voters, then I think that's a great idea.
Thank you. So just to remind everybody, we are on a motion to amend. As you've heard several times, the number changes to 300, and we're taking out the unassigned fund balance language. Yes, sir.
I had a question. Does the school board, given if it's amended at this deliberative session, does the school board and the finance committee revisit their potentially their recommendations at a public meeting after this, before it gets put on the ballot?
Yes, so the article has the recommendations of those boards, and we've just changed the article. So you're wondering, shouldn't those recommendations be changed?
Well, do they revisit them given the new language and
Sure.
the numbers?
Yeah.
Does that happen, and when does that happen?
Don't know the answer. Everybody know the answer to that?
No, don't think it was straight to the ballot.
We, as far as positions, the board opens a meeting if items were changed during the evening and takes a position on any article that has changed. The finance committee has that option as well.
Okay, very good. Yeah, I'd like to see what they vote on, given this new number. I'm against this because I think this is going to be against, returning money to taxpayers. It's actually going to raise the taxes by $300,000 instead of using potentially leftover money. And for that reason, I would oppose this amendment.
Let me ask a question. So the school board doesn't have the option of using the surplus in a specific authorization to use the surplus?
As we go through the budget, which right now, just for voters to know, it's in about the same place it was a year ago. And then because of a couple special education changes that could take place between now and the end of the year, just like last year, we went from a negative projection to $330,000 returned to the taxpayers. That's how volatile special education is. So what would happen is we continue to go through our revenue and expense reports. If this project is funded through taxation, then I don't envision the school board utilizing a surplus, but they may have a surplus, and they do have that right to spend it.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, which is to change the motion under Article 5, under Article 6, whereby it would read as it's put on the ballot as follows. To see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $300,000. Do you want up to in there or of? Brady, was your thing up to or of?
No, take out up to.
Yeah.
Sorry, because it needs to be a sum certain.
Okay.
If you're raising it through taxation versus if you're raising it through surplus, it can be up to, because it's dependent on how much surplus is available. That's why that phrase is there.
Thank you, glad you're here.
That's why I'm not an attorney, so yes, that's what I want.
That's what the gentleman wants. Again, it'll read, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 to be added to the previously established school facilities maintenance trust fund, period. And the recommendations, et cetera, are now obsolete because we've changed the thing. So if you would like to make that change to $300,000 and deleting that other language, please raise your voting card if you're in support of that proposition. Thank you. If you're opposed, please raise your voting card. Counters, I'm uncomfortable. Would you be so kind as to count? It's too close for me. All those in favor of the change, please raise your voting card. I think you guys got it, but I want to make sure. We're good then? You can put your hands down. And the counters will give me a number so I know what's going on. Oh, we didn't do the opposed. Opposed. Opposed, raise your voting card. Oh, you guys are falling off. He's just waving to you. The motion to amend is supported by a majority of 44 to 19 opposed. So, if there's more discussion or not, otherwise it goes on the ballot with this new language. Okay. Pardon me, repeat the language? Sure. The ballot will read, unless you guys have something further to do, to see if the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $300,000 to be added to the previously established school facilities maintenance trust fund, period. Any further discussion? All right, that's what'll be on the ballot.
Excuse me, Peter?
Pardon me.
Can I make a motion to restrict reconsideration of any of the previously addressed warrant articles?
Yeah, in SB2, we'll go through the motions, even though I'm not sure it has any effect. There is a motion to restrict reconsideration. It's more than my brain can handle at the moment. I don't think in SB2 reconsideration can happen. Yep, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's specifically addressed in the statute. It just means that if it passes, it goes right to the ballot, and it can't be raised later on during the deliberative session.
Okay.
Without it, someone could raise a motion to reconsider something that's already been passed on.
Okay. I hope you guys got that. So there's been a motion to restrict reconsideration, meaning that we can't have a do-over here tonight. on that issue. That decision was final. Is there a second for such a motion? There's a second for such a motion. All those in favor of restricting reconsideration, raise your voting cards. Thank you. Opposed, raise your voting cards. Thank you. It's restricted. Thank you, Kelly. Yes. Okay, so we move on to Article 7 as we build the ballot for the people to vote on. Rescind tax cap. Shall we rescind the provisions of RSA 325B, known as the tax cap, as adopted by the Brookline School District on March 12, 2019, so that there will no longer be a limit on increases to the recommended budget in the amount to be raised by local taxes? I mean, there will no longer be a limit on the recommended budget in the amount to be raised by taxes. 3/5 majority would be required on such a vote in the ballot box. The school board recommends the article 4-0. Finance recommends is tied 1-1. Motion under Article 7. We
I'll
have,
motion, yes, as moved as written.
yes,
Sorry. Yes.
Article 7 is moved as written, and does the young lady have a second? She does. Therefore, we can discuss this.
Peter, can I say a few words on this?
It's your warrant, yes, please.
Thank you, thank you. So thanks everyone for being here tonight to participate. Tonight I'm going to speak about Article 7, which proposes rescinding the tax cap that Brookline voters approved in 2019. This article is being presented because a recent state law change has made the tax cap more restrictive than what voters originally approved. When the tax cap was first implemented under RSA 32:5/B, it limited school budget increases to 8% a year, but applied only to the operating budget, not warrant articles for teacher contracts, capital improvements, or special programs. However, a recent change in state law now extends the cap to the entire budget, including warrant articles, imposing limits that Brookline residents never voted for. To put this into a broader context, Brookline is now one of only 4 towns in New Hampshire with a school district tax cap. Other districts with caps, like Manchester and Nashua, are large municipal districts, unlike our small town. No other small towns in the state now face these same financial constraints under the new law. We all know that costs rise every year. We're all taxpayers. They rise due to inflation, special education needs, and necessary academic investments. Without the ability to budget correctly, we risk cutting essential programs, expanding class sizes, reducing teaching staff, and limiting resources for all of our children. Rescinding the tax cap does not mean unlimited spending. It simply restores local control over our school budget, ensuring we, the voters, decide what's best for our schools, not a state-imposed restriction. By voting yes on Article 7, we would ensure Brookline has the same flexibility and opportunities as other districts. The school board does recommend this Article 4-0. The Finance Committee recommends this Article 1-0.
Thank you very much. Ms. Haight.
With what you just said, the reason why this is being put forward, is there any other reason besides putting us in the same category with every other district in the state?
So the new law puts additional restrictions on us. So when we first adopted this in 2019, it was just on the operating budget, and we've been doing that. The budgets have been 8%. This new law that was passed in Concord also now has us include warrant articles. So when there are years that we have teachers' contracts or things like that, that's going to very quickly eat up that 8%. So the state law changed. We didn't change our tax cap. It's not what we voted for. It was done at a state level.
Okay, that explains it then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Ed Perry for Muscatanapus. I am rising in support of this because finally tonight we've got an opportunity to save some money. Let me explain. There was a gentleman earlier, don't worry Peter, I'm going to say nice things, who had a question. Why are
He's no
certain things
gentleman.
not in the budget, right? We had this $300,000 worth of things, why aren't they in the budget? The answer is because right now we're operating under an 8% cap. So to stay under the 8%, you have to kick these other things to a separate section. That does not, ideas like that don't save us money. It puts us into a position where we buy boilers 3 years later at end of life when we couldn't have taken advantage of costs that would have been in place 3 years ago. It also does a different phenomenon where we don't hire people, but we end up with contractors, and the contractors end up being a heck of a lot more expensive. One thing I've always been impressed by in Brookline is our voters are incredibly smart. People who come to these rooms in the deliberative session and the town meeting craft things spectacularly, and they understand the subject matter. And what we understand, because we budget this way at home, is sometimes it makes sense to pay for something now so you don't pay more later on. Sometimes it makes sense to save money over the long term so you can buy a big item. These are all common things, but they're not necessarily possible when we put an artificial 8% cap on things. Now, the reason why, like was just said, that this is being changed is because at the state level, the good folks in Concord have decided that they now want to include all of the warrant articles as consideration for the total budget amount. Whether or not they pass or not has no consequence. They've also limited how much they want to give us towards special education, and there are several other considerations up at the state level that is going to decrease how much money the state contributes towards education, which means we all have to pick up the balance out of our property taxes. In addition to that, they have all manner of science experiments going on up there that are untested in other states. For example, the charter school debacle that's several $1 million over budget currently and has not resulted in any of our property taxes going down. Because at the end of the day, when you've got 47 students in a school instead of 50, if the boiler's at end of life, you still have to pay for it. It didn't change anything. And if you get a classroom with 30 people in it and 2 go out of district to go to one of those charter schools, you still got 28 kids. The teacher's raise is still going to happen. And to speak to something somebody said earlier, well, maybe we'll just freeze wages. Where all is that happening? Who would take those jobs? Let's be serious. Let's have adult conversations here. That's just something that doesn't happen anywhere. We just freeze the salaries and say, well, let's see who we can get, especially for something like training the future of our country. A lot of people talk about changes in the country, but that's one that I'd never want to see change, especially not here. And we always defend our schools in this town, and there's a reason for that. Look at your town hall. It's an old school. It was put there because a woman strongly believed in education. I believe it was the husband. Am I screwing this up, Brendan?
No, it came from...
And the husband decided to dedicate it. And the condition was it always have an educational tie to it, which it still does to this day. We're a schools town. Since inception, none of that has ever changed. People come here, and to speak to one last thing, because I know I'm going long, somebody spoke to the idea that people come here for the schools and then they leave. That's one of the fables that I've heard so many times about this town, but when I look at the data, it's not necessarily true. There's some percentage of people who come here, they come for the schools, they stay for the period of time that they're here. Some costs go up as a result because people want what they came here for. When they leave, their property value has increased as such that there is no other investment in the U.S. stock market that grows at that rate. Let me say that again. Your property values have increased year over year at a rate that cannot be done in any fund that is traded in the stock market. So this investment has been incredible if you leave. If you don't leave, like many people don't, and you grow older in this community, there's things we do to offset your taxes. We always think about these things. But if we don't consider that, and we start to do things that are negative for the school, like capping how much money we can spend, which will lead to a depreciation in our infrastructure and quality of education and the types of people that we're able to keep, what's going to happen is less people are going to move here.
30 seconds.
And as less people move here, our tax base will shrink. But guess what? The fire truck's still going to be $1 million. You're just going to have less people to help you pay for it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Rob Russian, Flint Meadow Drive. I've got a brain teaser for all you smart people. What would be the net effect if at the polls warrant Article 7 were to fail But warrant Article 9, the petition warrant article that also addresses tax caps, were to pass.
So I think that was a question that we brought up at the public hearing that we had in January. And I think what we were told was that it would most likely be a budget cap on top of the tax cap. So that would be a much stricter restriction, which would really be difficult for us to provide funding for special education, mandated funding, contract, things of that nature. We would really have our hands tied in regards to that, but I do believe that it would count on top of the tax cap. Yes, I'm getting it wrong. So
That would be
yeah.
quite a combination. One of the reasons why I would have hoped that we could settle the whole issue here and now while both are under consideration in discussions. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Yes, sir.
Web scales, DuPaul Gould Road. As I understand the RSA, and I admit my knowledge is a couple years old now, the tax cap binds the board, not the legislature. And so
You're the legislature, just, you know that, but.
we the voters in this room are the legislative body, and we are not bound by the tax cap. So if we keep it or if we get rid of it, it doesn't make a difference to what we can enact in this room. The difference that it makes is that the board has to present us with a budget willy-nilly that meets the tax cap. And so if this town gets into really dire straits, the board has to come to us and say, okay, here's the budget. It's woefully inadequate, but it meets the tax cap. And by the way, if one of you people would please amend it upwards to this other number, which is what we actually need, then we could step to this microphone here and fix the problem. But that's ridiculous. That means that the board has to present us with two budgets, the one that meets the tax cap, which is inadequate, and the one that we actually need to ratify. So what the tax cap really does is it makes the board do double duty. So that sounds like a really bad deal to me, because I, as a voter, want to be presented with the real number and the real justification, and I don't want the board to have to work twice. So I believe that we should pass this, and I'll speak again for Article 9.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Ray Halligan, 17 Birch Hill. I'll be quick. One point that hasn't been made yet is the idea of compounding interest. The tax cap at 8% actually encourages the board to spend the full 8% every single year because, as we all know from compounding interest, you get that 8% plus 8% the year following, plus the compounded 8%, and that compounds very quickly over the years. So you get rid of the tax cap, it's entirely possible, depending on what happens with the school district, that we could have a budget well below the cap because the board, it doesn't have to spend that 8% in order to keep the 8% for the following year. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I'm speaking against this article. We passed this tax cap with a supermajority vote back in 2019, so at least 60% wanted it. There are currently 8 towns and school districts that have adopted RSA 32.5B. I've looked into this, so it's not 4. And you know, a tax cap is enabling legislation that the legislature has provided us. So it is really, the name of it is a local tax cap because it is local control. So if voters want it, they should keep it. If they don't want it, they don't keep it. But you need 3/5 to change away from it and for it. And I'd also like to mention the legislature does a lot of work to clarify laws. And, you know, if you look across the state with the tax caps, most of those 8, 6 of those 8 were interpreting the tax cap before the law change as encompassing all warrant articles. There were 2 towns that were taking a different interpretation, so the legislature went to clarify that. So that's where we are today, and I hope that people vote against it and that we continue the tax cap, because I think an 8% tax cap is a very generous tax cap, and it is a good guardrail for Brookline taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Can I just make the
Yes,
point
please.
that I think that one of the things that the board is concerned about is that when it was on the operating budget, then things like collective bargaining agreements and special education, like expenditures that were beyond what was budgeted for, you know, weren't necessarily included in the default budget, or were included in the default budget because of contractual obligations. And when this legislative body voted for the tax cap in 2019, we were voting under the auspices of just voting on the operational budget. And so I think as a board, our position is that we want to make sure everyone is aware that they have watched the presentation from the October 23rd, 24 Brookline School Board meeting that is recorded on the YouTube and is described in the minutes, that we are not necessarily opposed to a tax cap, but we want the legislative body to be able to fully understand what they're voting for, so that if the legislative body says, yep, that's not what we thought we were voting for in 2019, we want to repeal this tax cap by a supermajority, there's nothing that then prevents this legislative body from bringing forth a warrant article next year to put in a tax cap. But that tax cap vote would then be based on an understanding of the broader law that our state representative, who represents us here in Brookline, did propose and bring forward to the legislature in Concord. So I just want people to please go to that October 23rd, 2024 Brookline School Board meeting minutes and watch the YouTube recording of the meeting, because we had a very robust conversation about the nuances of what this new legal interpretation means for our, you know, future potential budget overdrafts.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. I just want to make sure that everyone here pretty much understands that this warrant article would never have been on the up for vote this year if it wasn't for the state changes. So we're not saying, to Kelly's point, that we want to rescind the tax cap. We're saying that the new changes to the law are punitive for us here in this small rural town, and that we did not vote for that in 2019.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Lynn Powers, 2 Parker Road, Brookline. First, I would like to say I'm in support of rescinding the tax cap. I am reading this, and I think it may be misunderstood by a voter. Yeah. And so I wanted to propose an amendment where after March 12, 2019, so that the recommended budget may adequately reflect the operational needs of the district. It is not amendable? Is that true? Sorry. Is that not amendable? And then I'm just
No,
stating-
unfortunately, it's not.
Okay.
There's specific language in the statute that provides the wording for a vote to rescind a tax cap. And,
Okay.
and the law says you can't amend language when it's prescribed by law.
Understood.
So, yeah.
Okay. Never mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Brendan Dennehy, 31 Mason Road. I was here 6 years ago when this legislative body discussed a petition warrant article for a tax cap of 4%. And we were able to amend it to 8% because the legislative body at the time thought that that was 4% was a punitive tax cap. And that if we went to 8%, we're not going to get to 8% because inflation's at 1 or 2%, and that was, so we were looking forward and we were saying things aren't going to, from our vision in 2019, things aren't going to change. Well, everybody knows what happened in 2020 and what happened to inflation in 2020, and on top of that, we now have these changes made by the legislature, as other people mentioned. This tax cap that we currently have does not work for the town of Brookline. I support rescinding the tax cap.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Clarence Skidmore, 42 Oak Hill Road. So if this RSA changed, and it's no longer just the operating budget, but it's the entire budget, how does that differ for you? Now you get to include everything from this year's fiscal year 26 budget as your base for the next year. And now you're held an 8% tax of a larger number.
We run a fairly flat, aggressive budget to meet our needs. If we add in the warrants to this 8% and we have a teacher contract or we have a special emergency need, we will really hit that 8% very quickly. Adding in the warrants is punitive, and it was done at the state level. This is not what Brookline voters voted for. We have run an 8% budget or something to about that effect for years now, and it's been fine and it's been good. But adding in the warrants and all of the other extraneous portions that were added in by the legislature are not going to work for Brookline.
I just also want to make.
I'm not sure you can actually say it that way, but.
So
but nonetheless, the point is you're going to have a larger base number to work with, right? And it's not an 8% on your budget. It's the impact to the taxes, right? That's the tax cap. Is it not?
Can we get some legal help here? It's the tax cap is we have to present a budget that is 8% only up to of last year's budget.
I think what I hear him saying is that it's the new base will be all the articles with the tax impact this year for next year. So it's not like the base will increase that the 8% is applied to, I think is what I'm hearing him say.
I don't disagree with you that the base will increase.
I can't hear you.
Sure. I don't disagree with you that the base will increase, but next year you're going to have a teacher's contract. And that will quickly get you to that 8%. The following year, my base will increase with that teacher's contract that's no longer going to be in there, and it gives you an artificial inflation for me to work with. Because you don't have a teacher's contract every year. Well, let's say it's $500,000 next year. Then my base goes up 8% on that $500,000, that is not going to be in the following 2028 warrant. So it's, again, we agreed on one set of things, 8% on the operating budget. There was a change that encompasses everything. And the board believes, and I agree, that we should send that back to the voters, and if they agree, that's how we operate. If they rescind it, then that's how we operate. The legislative body needs to decide that at the ballot because we're an SB2 town.
So at this meeting, I first learned through the information here that the legislature was changed. How many voters in this town know that? If they don't know it, like I did not know it, I looked at this, I read this, and I said, well, hey, I don't want to change the tax cap. I want it to still be there. And so I would not vote in your favor. And you can't change the wording on this, is that correct?
Correct.
The wording has to stay.
That's why I think listening to the meetings and coming to the meetings, we throw a great meeting every month. We are on YouTube, we're YouTube stars now, apparently. It's really important because we discuss these things, and we want voters and fellow Brookliners to know about these things, to know about these changes, and to have the resources to make educated decisions when they vote. It's not pulling wool over your eyes. We live here too. We're taxpayers. We are neighbor to neighbor. You know, we're working for the benefit of the entire town. And it's difficult when we have such strong handcuffs on sometimes that are out of our control, like when the state changes the legislation.
So again, you go back to this change in the legislation, and I can be wrong. You're the lawyer, but
He can be wrong too sometimes.
I wasn't going to say that, Peter. You know,
I've known
Shakespeare.
a couple. I've known a couple.
You know
buddies.
Shakespeare?
Yeah.
Never mind. I'll tell you that one privately.
That "let's kill all the lawyers"
Oh,
was,
you said it.
was so the bad guy could take over because people were not going to hold him accountable.
Yeah, but those lawyers were the king's prosecutors.
Well, in any
Anyway,
event, on
let's
this
get
point,
back to the point here, right? You don't think that going forward, that you could put together a budget that still meets the 8% tax cap after you include all these things? Because the way I'm reading this is that your budget, next time you come here to present to the budget, it's going to be everything instead of just an operating budget and all these other things, as Webb pointed out. You're going to come in with one great big thing here, and everything will be listed out.
This might not answer your question directly, but I think it's very important. The reason we put this as an article is because it's out of respect for your 2019 vote. You did not vote for this. I did not vote for this. So for the state to decide that they're going to change something that local voters decided on, I think we can all agree that we're here because we think it's our right to vote on that, not somebody else's. To change the meaning of a tax cap and what isn't included in it is a violation of your rights as a taxpayer. And so we're not here to argue about the tax cap. We're here to rescind it because it was not voted on. It is inappropriate that the state changed what you voted on. You weren't even aware, it sounds like, so at least we're making...
I knew about the other one, but I
Okay,
didn't
all right,
know
I
about
thought you weren't aware.
this year's change.
But people may not have been aware of that, and it's just inappropriate. I mean, we could sit here all night and debate the 8%, whether it would work or wouldn't work. It depends on the warrant articles. Sometimes they're for significant expenditures that are either unpredictable or not something that's in an operating budget. That is not what you voted for in 2019.
So,
Well, I will also
just to clarify, okay, we're not talking about an 8% increase of your budget, of the operating budget, right? That's not what a tax cap is. Am I correct? Right? You're talking about the tax effort, right? How you impact the taxes.
Okay, so what?
Yeah, okay, guys.
Yeah, I think
Each side has been very eloquent in expressing their position. I don't want to beat a dead horse, so please try to wrap it up.
No, that's what I was going to say. I think we've kind of discussed to this point, and we can just tell you all that we can tell you, which is none of us can see the future. And we are doing what we as a board feel is best after discussion and a very informative that is on YouTube. So I really, really urge everyone to watch it. It's the October 8th presentation on this exact topic with the attorney. But we can't predict the future. We don't know what regulations are coming down. We don't know what contracts will need to be. We don't know what special education students may move in. So all we can say to you is we hear what you're saying, but we can't predict the future. We are doing what we feel is best in this moment to provide for the future of both the taxpayers and the schools. That's all we can do. So whether you guys agree with us or not, that's totally up to you, but that's where we're at.
So we agree to disagree.
Boy, thank you. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Greg Darbone, Cleveland Hill Road, and I'll try and keep this as brief as I can. Number one, I apologize, ma'am, for my interruption earlier. That was unprofessional of me, so I apologize. Ma'am, I think your explanation of this thing was excellent. I did not realize. And now I'm going to kind of look at the board and say, please stop telling me to attend the meetings and watch on YouTube. I'll tell you why. I sat on the co-op budget committee for 6 years, so I know how hard it is, okay? No beating on you, but to tell us here, you should attend the meetings and watch YouTube, it's not getting the message out. There's a lot better way. The couple of them is Facebook. There's a Brookline Facebook page. Be great if you put something there, and if I ignore it, that's my fault from there. The other is the Hollis Brookline Rotary Club.
Yay!
They put out a wonderful email every week. Every Friday I get it, and I read it religiously, and you can put stuff in there, links, whatever. So I don't think it's helping your cause by telling us, the public, you should be attending meetings. I don't know about your lives, but mine are pretty busy. The last thing is I'd like to ask the question, if we're held to this tax cap, and something catastrophic does happen that we have to go, I think I know the answer, but what do we do then? How do we, hey, we need another 200,000 because something blew up or whatever. Is there a special meeting method or what? Because if we leave this in place and there's a catastrophic event, great, now we know how to do that. Otherwise, the cap has really no impact on what the legislature, no, by the way, we're a constitutional republic, so the legislature in Concord passed this law, or this change, we were there, because we're a constitutional republic, which means our representatives who represent us passed it. So just a little history lesson. So my question is, how do we, if we have a catastrophic event, what can we do to go over that?
We would have a special meeting. We would call a special meeting. We would come together in this format, and the voters would decide after the board informed them of what was the need and why, and we would move forward.
Okay. So there is a method
Yes,
to
there is.
cover it just in case.
Yes.
We should be aware, we the public should be aware of that because things happen.
Yep.
Well,
Due
if
to
you went to
occurs.
the meetings more often.
I know. I need more meetings in my life like everybody else.
Okay, so I do actually just want to take this time to point out, I post the links and everything in the Facebook pages. They are there for you. I post them, please. Don't ignore them because they are there.
I think what Mr. Darwan is saying is that he would prefer and is suggesting perhaps like a digested synopsis so that people don't have to click on a link and watch a video and I think, or go fish through reading minutes. And I will absolutely concede the point that like we have talked as a district probably ad nauseum about communication strategies and ways to effectively communicate with the community that doesn't count as an unofficial meeting and doesn't have exchanges between more than 3 members at a time. So I really appreciate that, and I think maybe we'll have to the next board will have to figure out a way to put that into action, because I think that's a great idea.
I would like to interject as Finance Committee. Kate Elkins, 95 Mason Road, and I also completely agree with the previous speaker, and that is why you select and elect a trustworthy school board, hopefully, and a trustworthy finance committee that then goes through 4 rounds of budget review, as we heard tonight. That is the staff, the school board, and the finance committee looks at this budget many times. We then have this deliberative session, and then we have voting. So if we cannot find a way to come up with a lean budget during that time, then I don't think the tax cap is our issue. We have a good, what I consider a very good checks and balance in place to provide you all with a budget that is fiscally responsible. So to everyone's point, no, I don't want to go to the meetings either. I have a busy life, and that is why I think you should trust the people that you elected and our recommendations. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brian Rader, still of 31 Mason Road. I have 3 points here. One is I've never been a fan of tax caps as opposed to budget caps, because tax caps, taxes depend on your revenues as much as your expenses, and the revenues can be highly variable. They're based, on what the state does. It's based on, a lot of other factors that are out of our control. So when you're talking about tax cap, we have to make, or you guys in this case, have to make estimates of what you think the revenues are going to be in order to guess what the tax is going to impact of it is going to be. So there's that one particular argument against tax caps. The second issue is, as an example, we talked about how you can have one big expense that completely blows away your tax cap. Let me give an example of that. There was a proposal a couple of years ago to have Brookline withdraw from the middle school, from the co-op, and have our own middle school for it. That proposal would have cost tens of millions of dollars to build a new school that would be just a Brookline middle school. The first year's bond payment of that would have blown way past the 8% tax cap that we have right now. And it would force the school board to present us with a budget that is completely ridiculous in order to meet that total warrant article thing. That's just an example of the sort of thing that can happen okay, yes, it's a larger number, but individual things can blow past that by themselves and impact the budget. The final thing is, this is a very complicated issue, and the problem that we're facing right now is that there's only a few of us in here that are discussing this right now, we're reaching a common understanding of what the implications of this are, but we're not voting on it now. It's going to be a completely different set of people who are not paying attention to this at all, who only see what's in front of them that's going to be voting on this. We really need to go back to a traditional school district meeting where we can have these discussions, get an understanding of the issue, and then be able to vote on it based on a common understanding of what the pros and cons are.
Hallelujah. Yes, sir.
Jesse Bassett, 8 Rock Raymond Road. I just want to make 2 points. One, this rescinds the tax cap that the school budget can provide, but we have some very enthusiastic members of the community who will correct it if it's too high, and traditionally have done so. So I have every faith that should this pass and the budget would be too high, a corrected version would be immediately proposed. The second thing is that if the voters pass this once, they can always pass it again. In fact, there's another tax cap on the ballot this year. So should this pass, they can always pass it again with a higher value that's more appropriate to accommodate everything next year. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Whoops. Yes, sir. Mr. Skidmore.
Claire Skidmore, Oak Hill Road. Am I correct that the language can't be changed?
Yeah, the statute says that.
Okay, so just a comment, and then I'm going to ask for you to help me.
Pardon?
I'm going to ask for you to help me.
Uh-oh.
All right, just a comment. We've had wonderful discussion and a lot of education out of this whole thing here, but I want to move that we just stop the discussion.
Good.
What's that?
Okay.
How do you say that?
Okay, that's fair enough and clear as a bell. The gentleman has moved the question as it's called, so effectively stop the discussion. Is there a second to the gentleman's motion? Thank you. All those in favor of ending discussion, please raise your vote. Thank you very much. All those opposed, please raise your vote. Thank you very much. Therefore, a discussion has ended, and Article 7 will go to the voters in the form in which you see it here. Therefore, we move on to Article 8. Cooperative Study Committee. Shall the voters of the Brookline School District form a cooperative study committee to study the advisability of fully joining the Hollis-Brookline Cooperative School District and to submit a report of its findings and recommendations to the Brookline School Board? This article to be funded from the fiscal year 26 operating budget, not to exceed $10,000. There will be no tax impact. The school board recommends this unanimously. Finance recommends this. I'm never quite sure. 1 in favor, 1 abstains, or 1 opposed? How many people say opposed? Raise it. 1 to 1. Okay, go ahead. Unimportant. Let's go. Do we have a motion under Article 8?
I'll so move.
Been moved as written. Second for the young. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, it's on the table, guys. Let's take it on.
Yes, so to Mr. Rader's, it was a very nice segue, thank you, Brian, about the petition warrant articles that we've seen in the past to take the Brookline School District out of SAU 41 or out of the co-op for middle school. I think one of the things, sitting on the SAU governing board and looking at the SAU budget, which is, a big topic of conversation at school district meetings every year, both here and in the co-op. One of the reasons why the costs tend to be higher at the SAU is because we have six different budgets that are managed by our business office, 6 different collective bargaining agreements. So there's the Hollis School District, the Co-op District, the Brookline School District, and then for each of those districts, there's professional staff and support staff. And so, a lot of times we will, be talking at a governing board meeting and saying to Kelly and Donna, well, why can't we just get like some sort of great ADP software that does the payroll? Why do we need all these payroll specialists? Because there's literally 6 different payrolls. And so I think, many of us, and I particularly am in favor of this, wonder if, economies of scale, having having 2 contracts, having, one professional sports staff, 1 professional contract and 1 support staff contract. Obviously Hollis would need to act on this on their own. This is for, Brookline to just study it, run some numbers, look at, what do the economies of scale look like? Would the Brookline taxpayers actually save money, if we were able to join with the co-op district, and not just for 7th through 12th grade, but K through 12. So, so I am in support of this, and this does not lead to any action other than studying it, creating a report, making recommendations, and then, being able to discuss that hopefully next year again as a legislative body to see, is this something that might make sense for the town and the District of Brookline?
And again, just want to reiterate, this is a study. This is not we're going to go join a K-12 co-op. This is simply for us to gain a responsible understanding of different ways that it may or may not make sense to be fiscally responsible and provide even a stronger education for our students here in our town.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I think, just looking at the beginnings of this, and a study might be okay, I'm not sure we want to do it, but, Hollis already spends a great deal more money than we do in their elementary district. So if we join them, it's going to raise up our costs. Right now, we spend $23,000-ish per student, and in the co-op, we're about $27,000. Normally across the state, when you go to an upper level school, your costs go down because of an economy of scale, and we have the reverse because Hollis is even higher than that. And I served on, for the people who don't know me, I served on the Cooperative School Board for 3 years, so I know a lot about the co-op board. And, we had 4 members from Hollis and 3 from Brookline. And if you do this, Brookline is not going to have a say, just like we don't really have a say in the co-op. It's going to be basically Hollis telling us how much we're going to be spending. And I think that's a really bad idea. And just want to mention, if people don't know, our next door neighbor in Mason, they have a contract with Milford right now that's for 20 years, and I believe they're in year 16. And I think looking at potentially having a school district with Mason makes a lot of sense to check that out as part of this. So I'd like to make a motion to amend, Mr. Moderator.
Excuse me, can I just respond to Mr. Power for a minute? We're not looking at joining with the Hollis School District. We're looking at joining the Cooperative School District. So I think you're extrapolating it to certainly a potential. And I think that, one of the things that we would have to look at in this study is, would the apportionment of seats be different? Because right now it's a 7 through 12 district, that's the co-op district. And I think I think that what Mason has with Milford is an area agreement and not a cooperative agreement. And so having lived in an area agreement district in New Boston with Goffstown for many years, you're like comparing apples to oranges.
So I went to Milford Area Senior High School, so I know what an area agreement is, and it's not an area agreement anymore. Mason has a tuitioning agreement for their grades 6 to 12, so it's not an area agreement. They just tuition. That's a different format. But I think, talking to the people, I know a lot of the people in Mason, they're coming up to a decision point in about 4 years, and, looking at them joining us as a co-op, I think makes a lot of sense. So that's why I would recommend that my motion to amend would be, shall the voters of the Brookline School District form a cooperative study committee to study the advisability of fully joining the Hollis Brookline Cooperative District or forming a co-op district with Mason.
Is that a totally different changing the article?
Well, you're adding to it. So now you're asking for 2 studies because you'd have to do a study at what it looks like to join the Hollis Brookline Co-op as it stands today. It's a whole different study, and you're creating a whole second study now.
Okay, let me go.
I don't know if you can you do that?
You may well be right. The gentleman
intent.
has made a motion to amend, and that's his right, and I'm wondering if someone wants to second that motion. We have a second to the motion. So his motion is on the floor as to whether that language would be added or not. Now, the merits are a different issue.
So the title of this article, the subject matter is Cooperative Study Committee. So I think it's appropriate to look at a cooperative school district with Mason and a cooperative school district with Hollis Brookline. I think it's in the same subject matter. That's the reason I made that, and I think it's a worthy thing to look at.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we're on that motion to amend, sir.
Yes, Brady Allegan, 17 Birch Hill. If Mr. Power would give me the pleasure, it's extremely rare that I speak in support of something he has to say.
Hey, get a room, you two. Come on.
But this is a case where I actually am in support of what Mr. Power has to say. I think the article is a little premature because it only binds Brookline. It does not bind Hollis, so there would not be economies of scale in Hollis K through 6, joining Brookline K through 6. So I would suggest we defeat the motion as well as defeat the article because I think it's a little premature, and I think some discussion between the boards needs to occur, including possibly looping in Mason. In order to present something that's more actionable, and I don't think I need $10,000 right now to
Just
tell
keep
me
in
what I already
mind,
know.
as an SB2 process, we can't
Correct.
defeat it. It will go forward to the ballot.
Yes. So I'm speaking against the article as written as well.
Against the amendment?
I'm speaking against the amendment and against the article as written.
Okay,
but agreeing with the idea, just it's premature.
Okay, forgive me. Do you support the motion to amend?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
May I respond, Peter?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So when we talk about economies of scale, if we look at the SAU as it stands today, there are 3 districts. There's the Brookline District, which is K to 6, pre-K to 6. You have the Hollis District, similar grades. Then you have the co-op, which is 7 to 12. When we talk about wanting to run a study to see what economies of scale look like in terms of cost savings, and joining a co-op, it means taking our SAU down from running 3 districts to 2 districts. Grade levels would be expanded in the co-op to serve K to 12, which means we would have 1 teacher contract for the co-op versus 2 when you talk about the co-op and Brookline. Hollis Elementary and Hollis School District is not in this conversation because they are not currently part of the co-op. We have spoken, I personally have spoken with our partners over in Hollis, and if we are interested in engaging in a study, they would be willing to as well.
Allison, I'm going to be a jerk because what we're talking about is a motion to amend, to include...
Right, but they bring up some points here about this amendment.
I hear you.
And talking about how it doesn't make sense. And so I want to be clear that just because a co-op is 7 to 12 doesn't mean it can't be extended to K through 12. And I just want to be clear about that our intention is to try to reduce costs by reducing the number of districts that our SAU runs. So it is an unfair statement to say that Hollis spends more money when Hollis is not in this conversation. The co-op is in our conversation with the study, and joining to understand an economies of scale as it pertains to benefits and salaries.
What's on the table is the motion to include Mason. That's the only thing we're talking about right now, not the merits of this overall issue or the original article. We're talking about his motion to amend. We got to dispose of that, and then we can get into these things. Okay.
Okay.
So, any more comments?
Mr. Moderator, I just want to raise a question. I'm not, 99 out of 100 times I'm asked the question by the moderator whether an amendment is lawful or whether it constitutes a change in the subject matter.
Yeah.
I'm on the fence really with this one here, because although the title is Co-op Study Committee, that's not the subject matter. I tend to be pretty sort of narrow in what I think, and I'll typically think most things can be amended. This is to form a cooperative study to study the advisability of joining the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. That school district exists. There is such an entity. I do agree that this would then require the formation of a second study. I'm just not sure personally that it's the same subject matter to add that. And the purpose of that is you really have to specifically say in the warrant what the subject matter is, so the folks at home can decide whether they're going to come or not come. Starting to add other districts into the mix, to me, really pushes that limit. And I'm just giving you that legal advice because it's an issue of notice to the public.
And we are very grateful. Yes, sir.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive. I come up here because whether or not this amendment passes, I was hoping that the people who would volunteer for this committee would be a lot smarter than I am, because even without this amendment, we're talking about much, much more than simply economy of scale here. We're talking about structural differences,
Okay,
a lot
you're
like getting
getting
married.
into the merits. I gave
Very
poor
good.
Allison a hard time.
But the point being that with this,
Let's do the motion to amend. Do you want to insert Mason here? Your position on that? suggestion?
with regard to the amendment, I would be against it because it further complicates the issue to be addressed and would require people with even more capability than what was originally proposed.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry to be pushy. Yes, ma'am.
Melanie LeBake, McDaniels Drive. As a representative, I helped Mason leave the Ringe Milford School District, the Messinic School District. They didn't have as many children, as many students. I still feel that Mason does not have as many students as we do. I think introducing Mason into this kind of study lacks any synergies at all, and I don't think it's appropriate. So I also wonder what Mason thinks about that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Testing? Okay. Maximilian Bulio, Pepperell Road. I initially had a question that was about the original bill itself. I assume I should save that for later.
Yes, we're going to save that. We're going to return. If you'd get to the end of the line, or...
I do have a question of sorts about the amendment, though.
Yes, sir.
For the fine lawyer there, what was his name again?
Depends who's asking, I think.
Fair enough. I'm listening. A legal-esque sort of question about whether this amendment changes the subject matter. Would the joining of the Hollis Brookline district, the fact that it's joining an existing district, be considered to be separate or similar to the formation of a new district with Mason and or Milford? I don't know if you might be able to weigh in on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gist of my concern is joining an existing district versus studying the formation of an entirely new entity with a district that, with which you don't currently have a relationship just feels like a new thing entirely. And that's my answer.
All right, then. Thank you.
If I could just weigh in.
I'm coming around to it. I mean, the concept is that the published article tells the world what we're going to talk about. And any motion under that article's got to be about that subject matter. The people are ill-informed and have no advance notice if you move into territories which are unrelated. It's a close one, but I appreciate your help.
The concern I have is the superintendent of Brookline and the superintendent of the co-op is aware of the discussion. I think it is quite taking a leap of faith to put a community in and have something in our warrant that they know nothing about. And I think it would be a common courtesy not to do this, because how would you feel tomorrow if you were waking up reading that Mason was adding you and had never asked you? There's been no conversation. It may not be a bad idea, but I think that could offend somebody and may lead to not being able to look at something down the road that may be beneficial to both communities.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Ed Perry, Muscatampus Road. A couple quick things. If we add another town, then we're really talking about a $5,000 study per town. Not sure that makes a whole ton of sense. Additionally, a little information about Mason, New Hampshire for people who aren't aware. There's about 1,500 people who live in Mason, New Hampshire. We get about 6,000 people here, and this is based on our most recent census data. So this is the oddest couple since those shows. I missed it. You guys are probably too young for this anyway. It doesn't make sense. It's an odd couple situation. Pairing us with Hollis makes a lot of sense. Pairing us with a town that has 1,400 people is specifically designed, in my humble opinion, the same way as our marriage to them legislatively. It's to water down our voice in this town. And I'll say it again, when we got legislatively married to places like Greenville and Mason, it was a redistricting that was meant to water down the voice of this town. And when we speak about a representative government, somebody spoke to that earlier, they're up there representing our interests. I'd really like to know how they thought that was in our interest, because anybody that I voted for wouldn't have done such a thing. And this is just a furtherance of that. Well, let's see what we could do if we combine with Mason, who's got very few school children and only has 1,400 people in the whole town. And hey, what if all of our decisions had to be paired with them then? Wouldn't that be a neat way to water down the voices in this room? I don't know. Last time I looked, this was Brookline.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. This is on the motion to amend.
Web Scales, 49 DuPaul Gould Road. This touches on both the article and the motion to amend. First, I need a question answered. If the voters in March were to turn down this article, would that enjoin and prevent the school board from pursuing this?
I think it would prevent the school board from funding it.
Yes, it would.
How? According to what I read in this text, the operating budget already includes money for this.
They could do it. I wouldn't recommend it because they've heard the will of the voters.
Right.
And I don't ever think it's good to go against the will of the voters when it's been known to them.
Yeah.
I think it's, just to note also with the public hearing, we included the funding was an addition in the January public hearing at the recommendation of the Finance Committee, which we thought was valid. So that wasn't always the original language. I just want to put that in there as well. It changed in January to come from the operating budget. So the operating budget wasn't created with this study in mind. It was added because we were trying to be aware of like how much a study might cost and cap it so that we didn't overspend.
I understand, but this article is not asking the legislative body for permission to spend this money or even to raise it. And I believe the board has the power to do this without the approval of this body.
I can give you a legal answer on that. So RSA 3210, we call that the no means no law. It's not just an appropriation, but it's a purpose. So if the purpose, if this wasn't funded, you couldn't expend any funding on the study. You could still do the study, though. The board has that unilateral authority to do whatever study it wants. They just couldn't pay, like, me, for example, to help them with the study, or pay, like, someone else to put together figures for them. They couldn't expend any money on the study. They could still do it, though.
So in trying to be transparent in how we spend the operating budget money, when we as a board want to do this study, we then sat, when we had one of our budget conversations, and said, realistically, in the past, how much of these studies cost, and then we asked, where did that money come from, and we were told the operating budget. So we sat down, and I think it was the last budget meeting we had, and we said, realistically, where can we maneuver money around in the budget to find money to pay for this, right? So we're willing to give up some things in the operating budget here and there, just kind of scale back on a few things to try to cover this, but we didn't want to just go and do that. We wanted the community to have a say of, would you be interested in us even pursuing a K-12 study? So we didn't want to just go and do it, because yes, to what you're saying, it's at no extra cost. There's wiggle room, we can find it, right, to cover it, but we didn't want to do that just blindly and hit the community with that of, oh, hey, we ran this study, we got an outside entity to help us with it to ensure that we have good data to share with the community. We wanted to be forthcoming as to what we were spending the operating budget money on.
Let me recognize you, sir, and then you can give your point of order. Go right ahead.
We are discussing the amendment.
Understood. Understood. I think there's a lot going on. Yes, we're supposed to be talking about the amendment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good conversation, thank you, but point of order, we're discussing the words "and Mason."
Okay, well, I agree with Jesse that we should limit ourselves. I mean, this issue,
So let me bring it home.
without ginormous substance, and we're expending enormous cognitive energy to address it. Perhaps we can move this forward.
I believe that the board has the power to conduct this study, whether they study Hollis Brookline or Mason or the formation of another co-op. I believe the board has this power without the legislature's or the voters' approval.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. My personal opinion is that if it's a special warrant article addressing a specific issue and the voters say no, that makes it different. Might they have the license out of extra money to do something? Yes. Once they brought it before the people and the people said, no, do not do that, Mr. Corey says, you know, politically or fairness-wise, it wouldn't be right. I think legally, it's a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the motion to amend. Enough discussion? Thank you. All those in favor of amending it as proposed to put in Mason, please raise your voting card. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your, thank you. That takes care of that. That's what I meant by substance. I mean, come on. Okay, thank you very much. That, we're back to the study being in its original format. Anybody want to address the original format of the motion? All right, you two. We're getting tired.
Melanie LeVake, 2 McDaniels Drive. I just wanted to reiterate that the idea of a cooperative study between Hollis Brookline District that we are already in and the Brookline schools has always been a conversation. I sat on the co-op board, and even before that, we've been talking about economies of scale. Why do we have 3 different payrolls? Wouldn't it be better if we had one, and then you allocate, you prorate to each town? It only makes sense, and to me it's worth spending $10,000 to possibly save $100,000.
Thank you.
We don't know the number, but you'll find out. So I support this article.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Clarence Skidmore, 42 Oak Hill Road. And I'd like some clarification with respect to who forms the study. It says the voters, but the voters aren't going to form the study, right? So who forms the committee, and how many people on it, and who do you expect that they should be? whether they be citizens or members of the boards? Can you talk to that, somebody?
The school board, working with the administration, would form the committee. Typically, when we form committees, we have members of the finance committee, the school board, community members. We would ask the selectmen, because this is a decision that would affect it. We'd probably put out some sort of advertisement and see who has interest in it, and then formulate the committee. Once the committee was formed, we'd develop a committee's charge for the committee, and then would establish some, what I'll call, delivery dates of material, and then complete the study and release the findings.
Okay, so I wasn't able to hear all of that, but I did hear that you would have some school board members, finance committee type people, maybe selectmen.
Yep.
How about any citizens?
Yes.
Yes, I said that.
Community members.
Community
We would put out a call to see who was interested.
I think I see a volunteer.
Are you volunteering?
Just for a ballpark, how many total people on that committee you thinking of?
Typically, we'd probably keep it, 10 to 12, because much bigger than that, and you can kind of get sidetracked.
A little.
A little, like tonight.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
So, in the past, we've had questions come up about the wording of the recommendations at the end of it. And we have decided that the article itself does not really include the recommendations. And the recommendations are basically, individuals go off and write the specific language of that. The reason I'm bringing that up is that I have some heartburn here where it says the Finance Committee recommends this article 1-1-0. That means one person voted in favor of it, one person voted against it. I would like to see that language changed to the Finance Committee does not make a recommendation on this article 1-1-0 to clarify that they're not making a recommendation one way or the other.
Yeah, fair.
We can take care of that.
Are we good with that?
We can take care of that.
The second thing I wanted to bring up was actually on Article 3. The recommendations references the Budget Committee, and it should say the Finance Committee on Article 3.
Thank you.
More discussion on Article 8.
Yeah, Robert Burb, 56 Pepper Road, Brookline, New Hampshire. So I have 3 points I want to make. Hope I remember them because I didn't write them down. The first one is we've been talking about reducing costs, I believe, or saving money possibly by joining this school district. The other one that we've been talking about earlier in this meeting is local control of things. To me, joining Hollis Brookline School District would absolutely increase the cost to every single taxpayer in this city. And the reason I say that is the cost per pupil is way higher in Hollis. I don't think anybody even disputes that. It's not even close. So it's going to cost more money. We're not going to save $100,000 or $1 million or anything. It's probably going to cost us $5 million or some bigger number. So there's that. Also, losing control. People mention local control, which I like. We would lose that control. Again, we don't have control right now in the cooperative. It's a 4-3 or 5-4, whatever the number is, and whatever Hollis does is what it's going to be, period. It doesn't matter what Brookline says. We have a seat at the table so we can listen, we can try to influence them, but it doesn't happen. It's whatever Hollis decides happens. Number 3, I do want to compliment the board of making this an article to be transparent. I appreciate that it's a separate article. It says what it is. It's clear that the board, and they've even said it, some of them, that they want to I won't speak for them. It's likely that some people want to join the Hollis School District completely, regardless of whether it costs more money or not. Probably because it costs more money, because it will spend more on each kid here, because we'll be mandated to by the Hollis vote of 4-3. So, but I do appreciate the transparency to put it as a separate item, and I recommend completely voting against this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Judy Cook, 10 Main Street, Brookline. I don't know why anyone in their right mind would ever want to join everything into the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District. Because as we stand right now, the only budget that the town of Brookline has any control over is the Brookline School District that contains this, not this, well, our own elementary schools. It's always been that way. We control this budget, and it always comes in better than any other budget, namely the co-op budget for our high school and junior high, or whatever they call them. I just don't understand why we would ever even consider this. I mean, I'm not basically a conservative, but I mean, this is a no-brainer.
I'd like to point out we're just considering the study, not joining.
Why would we even waste our time studying it?
Just pointing it out.
Because this is the only thing we have control over. And the money that we raise and appropriate for the elementary schools has always been far less than anything Hollis. I don't want to get in bed with them any further than we already are.
Okay, let's remember
I just say vote against this if you want any autonomy at
Well,
all.
This is the SB2 system. This article will be on the ballot. You can amend it or you can leave it alone. We don't have the luxury of disapproving it. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Heather Reardon, 4 Eastman Drive, Brookline. And I just wanted to clarify, because I think that there might be some confusion. So we have not, in any way, shape, or form, said we're going to join Hollis. This is a study. It is a review of how we could potentially leverage bulk, right? I can't believe, in this day and age, actually, that we have 6 different payroll systems. That does not sound like getting in bed with anybody. It sounds like working with scales. And so I just want to confirm I've got that correct.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Tom, 21 Meeting House Hill Road. So I don't know if it's possible to change this, but it's confusing with the not to exceed 10 grand and there'll be no tax impact. And then the other thing is, I noticed everything else that has money attached to it has a little, this cost per so much. I don't know if it's possible to add that.
So the way that, if you see the line, the sentence second to the end, it says this article to be funded from the fiscal year 26 operating budget not to exceed 10,000. So the operating budget is in its own warrant article with its own tax impact.
Okay, so you don't need to have that on there?
So this,
All right.
no, you don't have to add it on because this is not an additional expense.
Okay.
This would come out of the budget if we chose to spend up to 10,000, because there are professionals that help to aid in these types of studies.
Oh, I understand.
Right.
I'm just saying for the common folk that aren't here hearing all this, they're gonna be scratching their heads.
Well, and that's why the last line there says there will be no tax impact. I mean, if there's a better way for us to clarify it, I am open to that. We tried to do our best in saying that we would cap how much we'd be willing to spend on a study, and then also saying there's no tax impact, because if there's another way to word it,
There's no tax impact other than that of the operating budget.
There you go.
Maybe that's
There you go.
of the already established.
Can I make a motion to amend it and add what he just said?
I don't remember what I said.
Say again?
I don't remember what I said.
He said to...
No, I'm just kidding.
Come on, it's late now.
To the speaker's point, could we have 0.0 of $1,000, same as all of the other articles, for consistency?
That's a good point.
See, now I'm that guy creating more work.
Okay, so do we have a motion to amend this in some way?
So I would like to add the language that not the funds come from the operating budget, therefore there's no tax impact, and 0.0 of 1,000 if that's all legal.
I've got no problem. I don't know what Counselor feels.
He's
I got
over
no
there
problem
racking his library right now.
You would make a motion to amend to add that language. Give us your language again.
I'm going to wait for him to.
Well, keep
thumbs.
talking.
Okay,
Maybe we
so-
can act on it before he even decides.
Can I just make a point of clarification? So there's the amendment to the language, and then there's a request to have a tax impact notation. That's not an amendment, that's a decision of the board whether it wants a tax impact notation on there and whether it is required to put that under statute. The legislative body doesn't get to dictate that.
I understand, but if we put in the language, other than that of the operating budget, that is not one of these.
Say, so what is that, our amendment going to be? How would it be worded?
I just did it. At the end of the sentence, where it says, there will be no tax impact other than that of the operating budget.
Okay. That, to me, makes it more confusing, but it doesn't really matter. You can make whatever amendment you want, but whether there's a tax impact notation is going to be something the board decides when it puts the ballot together.
Well, that's fine. I'm actually responding to him, not to the board.
Okay.
What if it was, there will be no tax impact as this would be drawn from the operating budget?
Sir?
That works for me.
Is that legally okay? Is it, I mean, like,
God, I feel like I'm dealing with bowling right now.
Allison,
I mean, honestly, I would strike all the stuff about the article to be funded from the operating budget, not to exceed, there will be no, because it's just redundant and it creates confusion and it makes people wonder what it is. And you typically don't reference in another article that you're using money from the operating budget to fund it. So I mean, I'm a purist. I would rather that just be taken out. If you want something in there, I can write something that makes sense.
Is that a legal opinion or a subjective opinion? The gentleman is saying he wants some clarity on the issue.
Yeah, but you're making it less clear, so the legal opinion is...
According to you, he's the
So I want to
party.
make it so that everyone that walks into the ballot doesn't look at that and scratch their heads for like 5 minutes going, there's no tax impact, but it's going to cost 10 grand.
Tell us how to do it.
I think to Mr. Scales' original point also, the intent of the board was to get a sense of the legislative body. Is there an appetite in the community, Mrs. Cook says no, to see whether or not this is something we should study?
Understood.
I think at our budget hearing last month or 2 months ago, this year is whatever, certain people thought that we should add, ask where does the money come from to do the study. And so then this language was added.
Yep.
I agree with our attorney that really we're not looking for permission to spend the money to do the study. We're looking to see whether or not the community has any interest in us looking at this. And
Kelly, you guys have put an article out there, and these people have the right to amend that article within the bounds of the law, whatever your intentions were.
Okay, so how about move to strike everything after school board?
I'm sorry, sir?
That better?
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
After, pardon me?
Say after school board?
Gotcha. Take that sentence out, the next sentence.
Yes.
The next two sentences.
This article will be funded from FY26 operating budget not to exceed 10 grand. There will be no tax impact.
Delete that.
Delete that, correct.
Is there a second to the gentleman's motion to amend? There is.
Many. And then that also gets to Mr. Rader's question, because if there's no appropriations, we don't have to add that the finance committee doesn't recommend it. It has no opinion. Kills two birds with one stone.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got seconds. Any discussion on the gentleman's motion to amend whereby we would delete those two sentences? This article would be funded from FY26 operating budget not to exceed 10 grand. There will be no tax impact. So we're just taking that language out. Do I have you right, sir? Yes. And I've got seconds on that. Any discussion on that?
My only discussion here is a comment about removing the Finance Committee recommendation. The Finance Committee is not bound to just warrant articles that have a tax impact. They decide for themselves which ones. There are special circumstances where they do vote on other articles. So it really, I think, should be up to the Finance Committee as to whether or not they want to remove their recommendation from it or not.
Okay, so Councilor, do you agree with me that that language about these committees recommending is not part of the article?
It's not part of the article.
Right, okay. So the article that's going, the things that they can modify, I've lost my train of thought. So where we last were was to take out those two final sentences. Yes, sir. I got a second to that. Are you going to speak to the propriety?
I'll speak to either of them.
You speak to the wisdom of the gentleman's motion to amend? Or would you pass? Is that not what you're up for?
I'm just going to speak.
Go ahead. If it doesn't take too long, we'll put up with it.
And it will be whether it's a revised version or not. I always have a little bit,
Name and address.
don't get me wrong, I think.
Peter Cook.
Peter Cook, 10 Main
He lives
Street, still.
Under
No.
Bohannon Bridge.
This is not, I've got to be very careful because I might give wrong perceptions. The whole concept of a two-town co-op where one town has half as many, again, voters than the other, doesn't strike me as being overly cooperative, because there are issues other than the economy of scale, and the education's superb.
Pete, I love you. We got to deal with this guy's motion to amend. We've got to dispose of his deletion.
Well, I said I'd speak to whether it was the amended version or the unamended version.
Excuse me?
Whether it's the amended version or the unamended version, I'm just going to
Well, I
stand
hear
here
you,
and
but
wait till I can
what's
speak.
on the table right now is
Yeah.
a solitary issue of whether you guys are going to accept his motion to amend the article that'll...
I could care less.
I thought so. Okay, so any more discussion on deleting those two sentences? Gentlemen, go right ahead if you'd like to.
Todd Perkins, Ames Road. By deleting those last two sentences, does that give you a blank check to spend whatever you want on the study? Just because we don't cap it here.
Right. Look, essentially, yes, but only what's already approved in the operating budget.
Right.
We are not going to go and spend so much that we destroy our school's budget for the year.
Right.
Like, I would hope that the community would have enough confidence in the board that you've elected that we wouldn't be irresponsible, that if we put that in there, that we're gonna adhere to that because that's what we felt was appropriate. So I would ask that, I trust, I get it, but yes, to answer your question, it essentially could.
Right.
Would we? I don't think there's anybody sitting in these seats here that would.
We just spent a lot of time arguing about the budget.
Yes.
And this is baked into a budget that is now coming out saying you could go to $50,000. I'm just saying could, by the wording. I don't agree with deleting those, and we should have a cap on this.
I'm sorry, sir, say it again.
We should not delete those words.
Thank you.
To his amendment.
Gotcha.
Because there should be a cap on this.
Understood. Thank you very much. Pete, anybody want to speak to the motion to amend to delete the two sentences? Thank you.
Yeah, Eric Power, Westview Road. Just want to mention, Counselor might know this, but we passed RSA 32.5, Roman 5B, about making the tax impact statement mandatory. How does that impact what we're doing here?
It doesn't. There's no tax impact because that's already referenced in the operating budget.
So even though, because they're not appropriating any more money, there's no tax impact.
Exactly.
Okay. I like my friend from Meeting House Hill Road, but I think we want to have a $10,000 limit on it because I think people need to know it's not going to be zero and it's going to come out as something. So I would vote this amendment down for that purpose. It might make it confusing, but at least people know, and it does put, as the previous speaker said, I agree, it does put a limit on what you're going to do. We don't need a new school board that's going to, not even all these people here, to come in and spend $50,000 on something that we don't necessarily want to do if we thought it was $10,000.
Anything more on the motion to amend? The motion to delete those two sentences? Therefore, we'll put it to a vote. How many people say make that deletion or support the motion to amend? Raise your voting card. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your voting card. Thank you. So we will not make that deletion. We're back to the original motion. Pete, your turn.
Where was I up to? The general concept of a two-town co-op where there is one big town and one small town. It's half as many, again, voters as in Hollister. And we can talk for I'm not talking about, don't get me wrong, no problem with the education that is received. But when it comes to voting, we're going to lose some of our independence because people vote, believe it or not, a great deal of the time by their pocketbook. And more voters are going to vote for their pocketbook versus a smaller number of voters voting for their pocketbook. The other point I wanted to make is fully joining the Hollis Brookline Cooperative School District, which, as I understand it, does not operate under SB2. This may be a good way of getting out of SB2.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, again, yes, sir.
Brian Rader, 31 Mason Road, move the question.
Thank you, sir. All those in favor, raise your voting card. A second. Give me a second first. Thank you. All those in favor of ending discussion, raise your voting card. Thank you. People who want to keep talking, raise your voting card. I figured you'd do that. Well, we always do that. Okay, so discussion ceases. I'm on that. Very good. Therefore, this article will appear on the ballot as it was expressed originally in the article. Thank you, guys. Now we move on to Article 9, a petition warrant article that says, shall we adopt the provisions of RSA 32.5D and implement a budget cap whereby the school board or budget committee, finance committee? You're assuming we're going to create a budget committee?
If you have a budget committee in the future or at any point. That's statutory language.
Okay. Well, I'll keep going. Whereby the school board or budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that is higher than $25,000 per pupil cost times the average daily membership in residence of the school district as of October 1 of the year immediately preceding the proposed budget year, plus an annual increase for inflation using CPI-U for the Boston, Cambridge, Newton, Mass, New Hampshire area, published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics as of January 1, requires a 3/5 majority. And then we have school board doesn't recommend, finance doesn't recommend. And now, council, my notes indicate to me that the language is dictated by statute, so we have perhaps a limited ability to tweak.
I mean, yes, the form of the question is dictated by statute. There are parts of it that can be amended.
I will move it, but I'm going to change the RSA to 32.5E. I'm making the motion to move it, except for the RSA would be 32.5E, echo.
Let me find it.
It's the first line.
What line are we talking?
First line of the article.
Okay. First line, give a statutory reference.
Instead
32.
of D, it should be E.
32.5 echo E, yes.
Okay. So the motion is fine. It doesn't have to comport exactly with the article. But wait a second. Let me think about this for a moment. That is the motion. That's fine. Okay. I guess I'll proceed.
Yes, this article is a...
Sorry. Did I get a second? Okay, we got a second. Hold on.
Okay, thank you. This is a school district budget cap, which is a budget cap that goes by $25,000 per pupil. So this is a very generous cap, and we're not likely to run into it anytime soon. So if you take The number of students we're expecting, according to NESDAQ next year, 571, and you multiply by 25,000, you get $14,275,000. That's a very high number, but it's meant, and this will adjust with inflation over time. So if inflation goes up high, the budget cap goes up high. If the inflation is low, then the budget cap goes up low. If your enrollment goes up, you get a higher budget cap. If the enrollment goes down, it goes down lower. It adjusts slowly over time, generally upward because of inflation, and you won't hit the maximum probably for a while with this level of budget cap. It also has an override mechanism, and you need to adopt it with a 3/5 vote like you do with a local tax cap. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Web scales, still 49 DuPont Gould Road. Once again, the tax cap is looming over the board, and potentially it's going to make the board present two budgets. It's lovely that the cap is, pretty high up so that it probably won't be a problem until it is, and then we'll have to go through the motions of getting around it when we need to. I feel like we, the voters, have the ultimate power to choose what the budget is. We don't need this cap. And the cap doesn't actually constrain us, the ones who approve the budget. So the other problem here is that only part of the expenses of the school are related to the number of pupils. So really, we need sort of a two-part cap. One that's part pupils, and then the other one that's, sort of fixed expenses and other obligations. And then, of course, the school costs don't follow the CPIU, so adjusting it for inflation based on that really isn't appropriate. We really should have some other adjustment for it. So when you come right down to it, this formula doesn't match the formula that we actually need. So this is a solution that doesn't fit our problem. So I would recommend voting against it. And since
be mindful again, SB2, this is going on the ballot, so you can amend it tonight, or it goes on the ballot.
I agree.
Okay.
But since I've got the bully pulpit and a few people are watching on the cable
Gotcha.
TV, I'm saying vote against this.
Gotcha.
But since you bring it up, this being SB2, we have the power to pull the teeth out of this thing, and I propose that we change the dollar per pupil to something more comfortable. Let's pick $35,000. That ought to give us plenty of breathing room.
There's a motion to amend to change $25,000 to $35,000. Been seconded. Any discussion on? I'm sorry, just can't understand you.
Wasn't Mr. Powers' motion to change the letter D to E? Have we voted
Oh,
on
no,
that
that
yet?
was his motion under the article. So we begin with his motion under the, yep, okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So where are we? Changing 25,000, 35,000. Is there a second to that proposition? That you did indeed. I remember now. Thank you. All those in, no, we got to discuss it now. Forgive me. Okay, discussion on changing 25 to 35,000. Yes, ma'am.
Melanie LeVake, McDaniels Drive. Whether it's 25,000 or 35,000, I think that this tax cap idea is a bad one. This is an article that is being proposed in just about every town in New Hampshire. And, it's funny, our school, we're at 18,000 per pupil. So we manage ourselves very well. I don't think we need a tax cap to, tell our people how much we can spend. We are going to go lower than that. And that's why the 35.
Forgive me. So this language is going to go to the voters.
Yes.
And whether we like the idea or not, it's going to the voters. Our job today is, yes, to air opinions about whether it in general is a good idea, but your ability to do something tonight is by amending this thing. He's made a motion to amend this thing, so that's what's on the floor. Should we change 25,000 to 35,000?
So I will let the next person.
I'm sorry, thank you. I get cranky as the night goes on. Okay, on the motion to amend, sir.
Yes, sir. Brady Halligan, 17 Birch Hill. As we just discussed in Article 7, we had a tax cap, which was amended on the floor to double it from 4% to 8%. Sorry, guys, it's late. And then, 6 years later, we're trying to get rid of it because it's already not working. So we could amend this to $100,000. And at some point in the future, it's going to stop working. Either something's going to change in Concord or something else is going to occur. Unforeseen circumstances are going to occur. This is going to stop working and we're going to have to change it again.
Yep.
We have a budget cap. It's these 5 individuals. And if you don't like their decisions, you can get rid of them. So I would argue against the amendment as well as the article. And then I had a question for the board.
Oh, yep, go ahead.
Which would be if this article were eventually breached, how would that impact special education, or would it not impact special education and instead impact general education?
So my understanding, Andy's jumping at the bit, but this is my last meeting, so I'm just going to take all the microphone time I can. My understanding is that unless something changes at the federal level or the state level with how special education funding is allocated to towns and what is required to be provided for students who have special education needs, that is always required by federal law, and so general education will always suffer when there's a shortage of funds. So if special education costs go up, and special education costs, especially if there's added services or out-of-district placements, we already talked about like 1 year of tuition at an out-of-district placement could easily be $80,000 to $100,000. So that's 1 student equal 4, general education students in this equation. So it could very well detrimentally affect the general education of our students. And my other point I was going to say to you, Brady, when you came up is not even like, we could make it $100,000, right? The point with Article 7 is that, this law, this statute that we're referencing was just passed in August of 2024 and signed by the governor in August and became effective October 1st for this budget season. So, there's nothing preventing the state legislature from changing the rules of the game once we pass another budget cap. So this is a budget cap, not a tax cap, but, we can vote on one thing and then the state legislature can retroactively change the rules of the game. And so I'm not in favor of it for that reason. But I don't know if that answers your question.
So my final point, piggybacking off of that, is this is a new law. And it is very common for laws to change in the first couple years as wrinkles are ironed out. So I would fully expect this to change, possibly as soon as next year. And that is a fairly substantial risk to further instability. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Again, this is an SB2 process. This language will be on the ballot. So if you have concerns, you may express them in case someone's listening who will wind up in the voting booth, but right now, your ability to do something is limited to an amendment in a way that you think improves this thing. Forgive me.
No problem. Eric Bernstein, McIntosh Road. I understand this is a petition warrant article, but I'm curious about the dollar amount. I'm not an attorney, but when I looked at 32.5E, it seems the calculation's based on the current average per pupil cost, And if that's the case, and if someone could help me confirm that, I'm afraid people might be under the misconception that there's this extra fluff in there that really doesn't exist if this were to pass.
As superintendent, I have asked legal that exact question because cost per pupil is defined by the state. The $25,000, I have no idea where it comes from. If you look at the way the statute was written, that was a blank. Now, was that blank to put any number you wanted in, or was that blank to put your town's cost per pupil in? The legislature never talked about that. I have no idea what average daily membership means, and the words in residence. Does that mean if I have a student who's out of district, are they included in this or not? Because that could be some of my most expensive students. So there are a lot of legal concerns, and then after just experiencing supporting, which I did, the tax cap, and have it go from the operating budget to the entire warrant, I'm also concerned that the definitions may come after the fact. So you may pass something thinking, to Mr. Scales' points, 35,000, or to what the petitioners put in, 25,000, and it might actually be 18, what we're at right now. And that could be devastating to your school district.
Thank you, and that's just what I wanted to point out, is that we may change this to 35,000, 100,000, 200,000, it might not matter, so just be aware of that this dollar amount might not mean anything. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm getting foggy, but if I'm not mistaken, what's on the floor right now?
The amendment to change it to 35,000.
Thank you, Eric.
I'm just pointing out that change might be inconsequential if this dollar amount doesn't mean
I hear you completely, but I was just foggy on whether what was on the floor. Thank you. You're going to speak to change to 35,000, sir?
Yes, I am. Brian Ryder, still at 31 Mason Road. Peter, question for you. Can I move, what do you call it? I've forgotten the words now.
Just tell me what you want to do. Don't worry about the
Restrict discussion on the amendment. Does that only apply to the full questions, or can you restrict?
Restrict reconsideration?
No, not reconsideration. I'm talking about people getting into line to talk about things. What's the word for that? Somebody help me with that.
I'm not sure what you're...
Move the question?
Oh, you want...
Yes. Yes.
And just use common sense words. Okay,
Yes.
you want to end the discussion.
Yes, on
That's
the
a motion.
amendment.
Yeah, they say move the question, which
Move
is
the
a
question.
crazy
Thank you.
thing.
That's what I was
Just
looking for.
end discussion.
Yes.
Okay, the gentleman has made a motion to end discussion on the amendment whereby we would change the 25 to 35,000. Is there a second for the gentleman? Yes, there is. All those in favor of ending discussion, thank you very much. All those opposed, thank you very much. Discussion is ended. Therefore, you're about to decide whether we're going to change for the ballot the number $25,000 to $35,000. Pardon? Oh, that's fine. Yes. Thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. We always let the guys who are already waiting to be heard get heard, even though we've ended discussion. Please.
Stacy Esposito, Pepperell Road. Can I make an amendment to the amendment? Like, can I add
My brain can't handle that.
Okay.
No.
I just wanted to adjust the language some more, if that's possible.
And
So
you,
should I wait?
yeah,
or-
well, you can make another one after we act on this
Okay.
one. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Real quick, I oppose the amendment because I think it's just a ludicrous thing to just throw a big number in there because that takes away from what the purpose of this is. And I think the voters are smart enough to understand what's going on here. And you got a 3/5 majority, take your chances.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I'm also against this amendment. I think that the $25,000 provides more than enough headroom, and making the $35,000 just is not really sensical. And I'm glad the school board and the finance committee haven't taken a position on this article because I see zeros up there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. Okay, so there's no more discussion on whether to go to 35 or keep it at 25. So let's have a vote on whether you guys want to go to 35. All those in favor of that, raise your voting card. Thank you. All opposed, raise your voting card. It's clear to me, but would you forgive me? if you, could I ask if they
Can
could
people just raise their things higher?
raise your, this is in support of changing to 35. Raise it high until you break into a sweat. And yeah, so do I, but I just want to make sure. You good? You good, Jess? Okay. Holy macaroni. Everybody opposed to that change?
I will go to video.
Everybody opposed to the change. I mean, it's clear as a bell now, but give me the numbers.
Nightmares?
Didn't we take a position on this?
I thought we did. But it's not on there.
38 yes, 12 no, so it's changed to 35,000.
So, Mr. Moderator, can I just add, the school board did take a position on this. Apparently, it's in the packet, but it is not on the slide.
Oh, okay.
So the position of the school board was, I believe, not in favor 0 to 4. And the position of the finance committee, who I believe also took one, was 0 to 2, yes. So neither the school board nor the finance committee recommended this article.
That is in the posted warrant, by the way.
Yes, it's in this, but apparently it didn't make it to this, so it is there, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you very much for making that clear.
Again, going back to the wording of the recommendations, we've always put like the number of votes in favor of the article, the number of votes opposed, the number of abstaining. So I would like to see this change to the school board does not recommend the article 040, and the finance committee does not recommend the article 020, just to clarify that.
Yes.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, yes, ma'am. So you're going to speak to the merits of the original
Yes.
language with the change that 25 is now 35,000.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to propose an amendment.
Yep.
Did I say that the right way?
Yep.
Okay. I would like to add that, first of all, two things. That it will be reevaluated yearly, so the annual increase for inflation, as of January 1st, whatever year, will be reevaluated annually, I guess.
But are you going on to your second one or your first?
No, that was my first one. I was
Okay,
just
so
rec-
where does your first one start and with what word?
After January 1st,
At the end there?
Yeah.
Period follows, okay? And after?
and will be reassessed annually,
Reassessed?
I guess.
Mr. Moderator,
Someone have a
Yes.
better-
I wasn't really specific when I answered your question about
Yeah, no
what
problem.
can and can't be
Yeah.
amended.
Yeah, you got it in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, I have the statutory form of the question. The things that can be amended are,
Yeah, so let's just pause. Sometimes the legislation says, if this issue is addressed, you have to use the following language. And this is one of those
yeah, it
instances.
says, the form of the question shall be, so that means it's required. And it's, let me make it really simple. The blank part before dollars, the dollar amount, obviously, you just amended that. The other part, it says, and then it says, for inflation using the index, so you name the index, published by the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics or American City and Country. So you can literally name one of the indices, is that the plural of index? That's it. You don't have a lot of choice here.
Okay.
You can't add or take away stuff because it's not allowed.
Okay, our ability to amend is limited to that dollar amount and this regional.
Yeah, I mean, there are other indexes.
Right. Yeah, okay.
Can I say, and it will not be applied to costs associated with?
No, the legislature does not allow that.
Okay,
Good try.
all right.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Moderator, Eric Power, Westview Road. I'd like to make a motion to amend. I wanted to change the inflation index to, based on something I heard tonight, I wanted to change the index to the Municipal Cost Index, MCI. And then you change, instead of U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, it's the American City and County.
Okay. Walk me through it, Eric. Start with what you're taking out.
So where it says plus an annual increase for inflation
Using CPIU.
CPIU gets deleted.
Yes.
And you put in MCI.
MCI.
That's the Municipal Cost Index.
Yeah.
And then you delete the rest of that for Boston, Cambridge, Newton, New Hampshire area.
Yeah.
For the MCI published by,
Yeah.
and it's American City and County.
American City and County what?
That's it, American City and County as of January 1st, as of January 1.
As of January 1.
That's it. I think the council agree that's an okay amendment?
That was a yes, I guess.
Yes, that's fine.
I'm sorry, American City and County?
Correct.
Okay. So would you read our motion, the motion as you want it to be?
Excuse me?
Would you read the entire motion as you wish it to be?
Want me
With
to read
this
the whole-
amendment?
You want me to read the whole article? It should
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
plus an
read-
annual increase for inflation using MCI published by American City and County as of January 1,
Okay.
period.
Okay. That, do we have a second for the gentleman's motion? We have a second. All discussion on the change that man wants to make.
Yes, the MCI may be a better metric for a school district because it's a municipal cost index, and so it more closely will model what is happening in a school district. I think people might be more amenable to it so that's my reason for doing it.
All righty. Anybody else want to speak to the gentleman's proposed motion to amend? Eric, yes, please. I'm just, sorry.
I know, it's getting late. Ed Perry, 4 Muscatanapus. I'd like to move the question. We've been here 4 hours. Let's end this.
Okay. How many people would like to cease discussion on this motion to amend? Thank you. Who wants to keep talking about this motion to amend? Thank you. Okay, now we vote on, Brian, I'm assuming I should proceed. Okay, so I'm trusting that you have a handle on the change the gentleman is proposing. Is there anybody who wants me to read it? I'd be happy to read it. Okay. Everybody who wants to make that amendment to the motion under Article 9, if you're in favor of it, raise your voting card. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your voting card. Okay, so it's defeated in any event. Okay.
All right, Brian Rader, still 31 Mason Road. Move the question.
Okay, move the question. Well, let's see. So the gentleman is asking that the discussion end. All those in favor of ending discussion? All those opposed to ending discussion? Thank you very much. Therefore, this motion goes forward as you last left it, which is, if I'm not mistaken, it varies from your article, the original article, by making that subsection D instead subsection E, and the $25,000, $35,000. That's the only change. Do you think I'm right? Pardon me?
No.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what's going to be on the ballot for the people to try to figure out what it's all about.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator?
Yes, ma'am.
I would like to make a motion to adjourn.
Well, we have a gentleman.
Oh.
I've got two issues. That was one of them. But before we do that, under transact any other business, I would just like to acknowledge here that Superintendent Andy Corey will be retiring this summer, and I would like to thank him personally for his many years of service. And the second item is I'd like to move to adjourn.
All those in favor? See you later, alligator. Thank you.
Ugh.